Let's see here. What? Oh yeah, I probably need to do that too. Hey, there we go. Hey, hey, there we go. What up, Sandy? Did I get this right? Oh, my whacking do ain't working. Come on. Oh, keep forgetting to turn on my chat connection stuff so I can pop it up on the screen. There it is. Okay, let's see. All right. Really? There we go. Okay, looks good. Looks good. How you doing? How you doing? Let's see what's on the internet here. Let's see. A metric and watch the border wall. Let's see what's going on. Uh-oh. No, let's see. No. Who made Bedouin? Thank you. Thank you, Shannon. Good. I'm doing good, Sandy. I'm doing very good. Very good. Helped out a couple of my neighbors today. Uh Pulled in some loot. Now I'm here opening the bar doors. The tavern doors are open. Hang out with you guys for the rest of the night. And get some morning. More importantly. Oh, hold on. Let's see what we can find. Send. Reign of Terror. 10 damn assers. Yeah, it was good. What up, freaking monk? Dr. Wiener. How you doing, brother? Holy crap. Look at this woman flying around in her car. I hate that watching this kind of stuff, but I guess she lived. Man, that must have been rough. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Jeez. Yeah, I can't watch that stuff. Brutal freaking car accidents. So I signed or I got an invite to X Money today, and they're giving 6% if you deposit, if you have direct deposit on there, if you're depositing $1,000 at least, like added up $1,000 every 34 days, you get 6% calculated daily. That's insane for like a Cash App or a Venmo type replacement, because they don't give you anything. And 6% is a hell, like banks for savings accounts are like what, 1 or 2%. So like, and if you don't get to that $1,000 a month deposit, you prefer watching Road Rage, babe. Yeah, that stuff drive me up the wall too. It's so hard. I like it gets to the part where like you can just tell it's gonna end bad for everybody involved. Anyway, so the X Money, it's 4% if you just have any money in there, and they give you $15 for signing up. And it's still 4% just for having money in an account. Like you don't have to do anything. 6% if your direct deposit is $1,000 or more every month. Yeah, but that's with a lot. That's with a lot of risk. 6% with zero risk. You know, it's pretty good, especially because you made 20% a day, but tomorrow you might lose 70%, and then you might gain that back. You know, there's the risk involved and whatnot. And most people don't have the wherewithal to hit 20% a day, especially a day even. But most people don't ever even hit, even people that are really good in the stock market, just on the average run, like S&P 500 average is like 10 to 12, sometimes like 15%. Like it's up a lot now. Like it's been up 200% since 2 years ago, which is really, really good. So if you had $5,000 in the S&P 500 2 years ago, you'd have $10,000 now, and if not more and more and more. Yeah, but for a Cash App type, PayPal type competitor clone that actually gives you 4 to 6% just for your money sitting there, that's that's game changing for most people, because a lot of people just use Cash App or PayPal as their bank, and this is giving you money for having your money sitting in there. It just seems, because yeah, anyway, so I signed up, I looked over it. I mean, they said, like, I thought you had to be like a premium plus member on X to have like even that, but they were like, invite came, and I was like, boom. All right, let's check it out. As soon as I accepted the invite and filled out the information, it automatically deposits $15 in there. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I was like, 6%, 6%, 6%. So that, I mean, that basically, I can't see any reason why anybody would have a savings account anywhere else for that. I mean, I don't know if it's available in every country, but you know, if the money that you're playing with in the market stays in the market until you cash out, right? But the money that you have sitting in your bank account that you're not playing with in the market, I cannot see why. Like, here, we'll just pull up some wackadoo here. Before the global financial crisis, Iceland banks were offering 10% on savings accounts. Clear sales about to go down, and it did. Yeah, that's that. You know, this is the weird thing about government based backed bankings, especially when it comes from the federal, like the Federal Reserve or the World Bank. I'm guessing Iceland's banks were off of the World Bank. Um, but yeah, that's pretty good sign. Okay, let's see what it's got here. Okay, X money. Okay, so you got $15 that they just give you that for signing up. Um, and then if 6% APY calculated daily. So it's not like you have to have 1,000 and then paid out monthly. That's so you don't have to wait, like it's not calculated monthly, paid out monthly. So if you've got money in the account for half of the month and then none for the rest of the month, you still get the percentage on this on the balance that you had money in there. That's wackadoo. That's whack. I signed a contract to prevent me from taking my money out of investors of 20. Well, it's 2026. You got a little while to go. I'm not telling you to do this. I'm not trying to tell you to use my link or nothing like that. I don't even have one. I just thought everybody should know about this, especially if you've got your money in anything. So if your direct deposit from your job is $1,000 or more a month, and people are using a bank accounts with under 6%. This is 6% APY when you deposit every $1,000 over every 34 days. But if you don't, and you're only paying the $7 a month normal for X or whatever it is, $4. I don't know how much it is, $6, $7. Then it's 4%. But if you hit that, if you pay the $50 a month for plus premium, you get 6%. But if you don't, and you get the direct deposit, you get 6%. You get 4% just for having the account, and 4% is still a lot more. I mean, I'm looking at everything, and everything that's not in silver is going into X money, without a doubt. It's got a $10 million deposit security. Like if it gets stolen, if somebody takes your money, whack a do, you have up to $10 million. Like in America, most FDIC is 250,000. So if you've got 300,000 in the bank and it gets freaking the bank goes out of business or it gets stolen or burns down or whatever, you'll get 250,000 of up to 250,000. But the rest is just go just smoke. So I was surprised they'd up to 10 million. So they're looking for big players. They're looking for people that have a few $100,000 in the bank and it's just sitting there earning to it. I mean, even like a lot of CDs and stuff like that. Let me see. Hold on. Average income, not average income.
Bridge around Peachtree City. Here you go.
Bridge. Average interest on a standard savings account. Standard savings account. There you go. What up, Lord Alcatraz? Boy, was I wrong. National average is 0.38% to 0.63%. Brick and mortar pay as little as 0.01%. High yield accounts pay around 4. Dude, yeah, so X money is about to get a lot of people's money. I got an old dog. It's reaching its time. Can't walk properly forward. Yeah, I had that same problem when I was youth. I remember, freaking, it was rough watching her get that old, man. And it was quick. It was quick. She was like jumping over fences and stuff one year, and the next year it was like, yeah, like bad. Yeah, like she wouldn't eat, like flies were eating the ends of her ears, and like she wouldn't even like scratch them off. And like I remember I had to go to work and I walked out and I saw like the ends of her ears didn't have hair on them and there was flies on them. I took a bunch of Avon Skin So Soft, which is it's got a bug deterrent. And I remember I just grabbed it and I like put it on her ears and then I went to work. When I came back, my dad did the deed. But you say, oh, they put Italian brain music in. I still like it. Italian brain music in the banks. Where? Okay, so traditional savings. Oops, that's me. A traditional savings account. The high yield is 3.5 to 4.5, offered by online banks only and credit unions. How everything compare? $5,000 at 4% is $200 a year. So at 5,000, if you have direct deposit of more than $1,000 a month, I cannot see any reason to not know that. And it's like the fees and whatnot are like super small. That's going to be direct deposit. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Thanks, Aaron. Okay, let's see. Let me see. All right. Anyway, sorry about that. I just figured I'd get that news out there while it was in my mind. Yeah. So he's making moves to get rich people's money. So I guess if he want, I mean, I don't understand why. I mean, I know people call him a trillionaire and whatnot. I know he doesn't actually have $1 trillion, but he's got 100 billion probably in the bank. Maybe not that much in the bank. I mean, that's the weird thing people talk about Elon Musk. If he sold all his assets, you need people to buy your assets. So if you don't have anybody to sell them to, it's not like the government just gives you money when you sell it. People have to buy it. You can offer your assets up for sale, but somebody's got to buy it. And if he sells, say, SpaceX $1 trillion and he puts it in the market for $1 trillion, and then the market says we'll give you 800 billion, then it's not really worth $1 trillion. You know what I'm saying? And I think they just like to make people mad, like the propaganda, the news likes to make people mad, and make them think like, yeah. Okay, let's see. The Senna situation is performative. Caught up third heaven, pop culture. I'm making a clock tour. Yeah. What the clock's for? All right, let's see. $3 billion machine under New York. It's probably the freaking portal to the underworld. Simplest motor in the world, electromagnetic. We broke the NFX. It's the sustainable molecular synthesis of anti-addiction compound. That would be so crazy if they came out with anti-addiction compounds, stuff that they've been using. Oh no! Did you hear about that guy in Cambridge? He was like the Cambridge's youngest professor, and apparently he like was found to have not been honest in his academic work, so like he had to step down. It looks like Abba and Preach did a video on him 2 days ago, and yesterday they found him dead. Man. Mm-mm-mm. Such horrible stuff, man. Such horrible stuff. All right, let's see what we can find. Electromagnetic aircraft launcher, hydrogen powered car obliterates land speed record. I don't trust brothers with that long hair. Hydrogen powered car, 406 miles an hour.
The JCB Hydromax team have bought the world's fastest hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine car here. And
Abba and Preach put out a video 2 days ago about this guy from Cambridge. It was apparently Cambridge's youngest professor ever, and they found out that the professor wasn't honest. Like he used other people's work and I guess plagiarized a bunch of stuff, and so Abba and Preach 2 days ago did a video on this Cambridge professor saying he's a fraud. And yesterday, the professor or the ex-professor was found dead from apparently leaving the planet by his own hand. Abba and Preach, yeah. Alba. It waters the exhaust. What up, Thadiel? Yep, waters the exhaust, yep.
Absolutely obliterated all of the previous hydrogen records. With a car that actually wanted to go faster. During the 2 record runs today, I actually had to lift off the accelerator and actually slow down through the measured mile because we'd hit our limiting speed. It's an extraordinary achievement.
What do you mean limiting speed? Yeah, dude. We need to figure out something to do with this absolute race for education and not.
I took it up to 419.
Not holding people accountable in the industries that are allowing things to get out of hand. Ego is a hell of a thing. I know people that faked it till they made it, you know, and it's a very big thing. It's a very big thing in politics. It's a very big thing in academia. It's a very big thing in science. But the thing is, when you're going to put someone into the spotlight, making them Cambridge's youngest professor, why did they not check his work before putting him into those positions? Because wouldn't it have been better to say, dude, this is fake, and not done it, rather than just doing it, then finding out it's all fake and having to remove him and then causing that big stain, especially on his career? It just seems like it's the worst. It's definitely wackadoo. What up, Robert? Yeah, and that this is where we talk about reality. People fake it. They do. They absolutely fake it. A lot of people fake it till they make it. But it's up to the people that are going to present them on a platter for scrutiny And if they get found out, so I mean, I don't know for sure, but if this young man took his life because he faked it till he made it, because that's what a lot of people do, and he's probably told to do that. And then they put him in that, and then he gets found out, and then now his life's over at 41 years old. I'm saying young man, 41 years old. And it's just like, why put somebody through that when they could have just, it's not like he was the only 41-year-old. They could have found a 41-year-old that had the credentials and could, so it's absolutely, and I think he should have never been put in that position, because the people above him, I don't want to say above him, but the people in the hiring and promotions and stuff need to protect not just themselves and their honor, but also they know cheating has been a thing in academia forever. Yeah, it's just doing bad things. Dude was to academia with Lance Armstrong, was to cycling. Yeah, and listen, it's pretty embarrassing to find out. Like, he lied. He said he was in this TV show or movie. I don't remember which one. It was a show, but the show came out 20 years before he was born. And he said he ran 600 miles in 3 weeks or something like that. Like, he said he ran like 20 or 30 marathons over like 4 weeks or something. And this is all part of his, it was part of his webpage, like his biography on Cambridge's website. And it was supposed to be his memoirs about how he went from illiterate at 18 to Cambridge's youngest professor. So all eyes were on him. And listen, you got to protect people from themselves. There's been cheating, catching materials programs. There's been plagiarism software for 30 years. And so the guy that you're propelling into the spotlight, you didn't run his stuff on it. And then so somebody then runs the software that the school has access to after they've already got him. What's up, Katra? A long day I have. 2 airplanes, you say?
In the middle of the measured mile, lift it off the pedal, coast down to the end of it, and then shoot out at 380, and the car stopped exactly where it should have done at the end of the track. Had we had more goes, we could have got faster and faster. But like anything, the team out here has had less days on the salt to prepare the car than most people will spend years getting a 400-mile-an-hour record. So it's a hell of an
finally got a
achievement.
shower dinner soon. That's across the board. Check backgrounds, all people. Yes, across the board. Protect your institution of higher education's name, their reputation. Do you know now some of his students are suing Cambridge? Imagine if you get a degree from a professor that comes to find out that the professor isn't actually permitted or certified, or whatever the term is, in order to give that degree. So did the kids that spent $80,000-$90,000 a semester or whatever it is in Cambridge, did they get their money's worth? It's absolute. Yes, everybody. Don't let anybody cheat. No, we've got the ability, and we've got the ability to teach these kids better. We absolutely do. It's not, our education system has changed, and not for the better. Not for the better. We absolutely need to prepare these kids for adult life. See, while there's many things I don't prefer when flying, I hate takeoff because I get lightheaded, and then I have self-regulate, so I don't panic attack. I'm exactly the opposite. I hate landing, even though I know it's the end of my anxiety. Listen, I know these things weigh multiple tons, and they're slamming into the ground at a freaking few hundred miles an hour. I saw electric dragster cross the finish line at 400, but the wheel speed was 1400. I have short-lived panic attack on the first and get over it. Secondly, I have to have one up in the air. I love the view. Yeah, it's a beautiful view. We'll take a look at what it was. We'll take a look at it after this next one. The act of landing is what I don't like. Man, that's amazing. I was in 10th grade and learned how to balance checkbook. They don't do that anymore. How old are you, Stuart? They don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore. When I was in high school, they did. They did. We had home economics. They taught you how to balance a checkbook. They taught you how to budget. They taught you how money worked for the most part. We don't teach that at all anymore. Kids don't understand investing. They don't understand valuation. They don't understand how the stock market works, how the actual dollar works. I'm not saying they need to know the intricacies of fractional reserve banking and whatnot, but they need to know how value is created in an economy. But it seems like they don't. They want to create teachers to teach the same stuff. Because the more teachers and professors they can create, the more college they can sell to people. And it almost seems like they're undereducating kids in high school, knowing that the kids most will eventually go to college, especially when anybody can get money for it, go into debt for it. So they, and it almost seems like they're trying to craft college students rather than people that should be able to leave. There should be more than half of people that leave high school and are ready for employment. And low-key active landing is a little anxious, but I don't mind. Yeah. Well, I'm very freaking dare engineering minded. So like I'm thinking about the twig landing gear wheels and the freaking weight of the plane slamming into the ground. I never went on a plane or a ship. The first time I traveled, I had to do both. Me too. So yes, the Bahamas, the Abacos Islands in the Bahamas. Yes, that's exactly where I went. Yes. I got on an airplane and a cruise. Yeah, so we flew from Maryland to Florida, then a cruise to the Bahamas, and then back. Yeah, that's exactly my story, Kelvin. Why are the Japanese places starting to skip us with the what's up? Okay, 53, right. So you're same wheelhouse as me. I'm 49. So right, same wheelhouse as me. Right. Back then, they used to teach kids to get prepared for the world in high school. Dude, I had blacksmithing, metal shop, wood shop, independent study on the boat. I built a freaking hovercraft that used vacuum cleaner motors. We had industrial arts. We had but when we don't have any type of industry like that for the kids to go into, they just really teach kids how to use a computer. And really, there's not even that much of that anymore. Like typing was a requirement. Not really as much to take it off, just so turning it off, tops off. The tariffs. Because the ginger wasabi tariff. I fly a lot, but I don't care if I die too much. More anxious around the sensation of the actual equipment. Of course, the equipment gives you a little anxiety. It's easier for me to not think about it, which is an option for COVID, but I can't forget all the sensation of going up, right? Yeah, I always thought it was cool to take off because I used to like to put my arms in front of me, and then when you feel the G-forces like push your arms back towards you, like I always do that. I always put my arms up and to see what the forces do. Yeah, that's dark. If you die that way, yeah. Went to Nassau, Bahamas from Philly. Yeah, we're all in the same freaking wheelhouse. It was called Consumer Math, real life. Yes, why don't they do that anymore? Listen, they're not. It costs to change things. That means somebody makes money on change. This is one of the things where I started to get away from the progressive movement, because it seems that we progressed to a pretty good place economically in education. And then it was decided to be changed. So a lot of people made a lot of money creating the news curriculums and whatnot. But it was a test. It was a theory that it was based on that it would do better. And it didn't. It didn't end up doing better. We don't teach kids about money. And I think the reason we don't is because then they'll realize how much they're being ripped off in college. Kids, and then we have people that have never stepped foot into the real world until they leave college. And when they do, their first step into the real world is with a hell of a lot of student debt. And I'm glad now they're doing something about it where schools will not be able to sell you higher degrees with student aid if that higher degree can't basically guarantee that you would make more money. They can't sell you a college course using student aid that you would make the same or less money with just a high school diploma. And if the market doesn't pay you significantly more for a bachelor's degree than an associate's degree, then they won't upsell you. And like, that's good. That's something good. But we need to change high school. I started out the window. I stared out the window, and I thought before, I guess it's dark. I hate being a part of that, of what, the takeoff. We flew from Dallas to Atlanta to Florida, then took the ship to the Grand Bahama Island. Yeah, we were only on the Bahamas, I want to say, for like 6 hours. Like we got there, I want to say at like 8 a.m. And then we went out onto the beaches and walked around and sat on the beach, did a little snorkeling or whatever. And then I think we had to be back on the boat by like 6 or something. Sounds something like that. Or maybe that's when we pulled out of port, was like 6. The second flight, we flew out of Chicago to plane for an hour, taking off. My dad counted 20 planes in line waiting to take off. Yeah. What up, Martian? I don't know. I don't know. Right now, this is the hydrogen power car that just beat the land speed records. I don't understand land speeds. They hate men so much. Stop trying to look like them. You'll never see a Jewish guy dress up like a Nazi. When I stare out the window of an airplane, wonder what time zone in what state. Yeah. You know, like I remember when I was younger, when I was first on my first airplane, for some reason I thought you'd be able to see the delineations or the dividing lines between states from the aircraft. Our teachers even taught us how to figure ERA for pitchers of baseball. They don't. They do not. Listen, I really think whether they planned it or not, but once they realized that kids with more financial knowledge in high school spend less in college, that they're like, it's back on it. I hate the smaller planes, more sensation. I prefer small airport logistics wise. Yeah, me too. And if you're low enough, you can see the farm quadrants. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You can see the farmland, but I'm talking about like, okay, look, we're passing from Maryland into Virginia. There's the Hitler dressed like a Nazi, and his mom was Jew. That's true. That's true. He invented Nazi, and his doctor was a Jew. Look at this crazy stuff. I got 2 mics. I got this one and I got another one here. You can't see it, but I mean it's. So this is a shotgun mic, so you can't hear behind it. You can only hear what's directly in front of it. And this is a cardioid. Yeah, I actually got multiple patterns, but so this is a large diaphragm mic, and this is a small diaphragm shotgun mic, so it only picks up pretty much what you point at it. So, like, if you have like a loud camera, like back when cameras had motors, yeah, you couldn't hear it. It did not be my job. Shout out to the pilots. Yeah, shout out to the pilots. Perpetual motion is like free energy. If we scale to particles, smash, we humans are stupid. New Jersey Highway Patrol's informant decided on 1950 discernment immigrant took on nationwide. So would NASA. What's
absolutely.
going
Well, of
on,
course, I'm
Vibrato?
doing what
High
pretty
speed
much
record.
6
Land speed
times
record.
the legal limit in most countries for motorway, the interstate. 5 or 6 times. So the world goes past pretty quickly. The track is 105 feet wide between the markers, and as you get faster and faster, bizarrely, the markers appear to get closer and closer and closer together. They're not really. It's just they're coming at you so quickly that the ones that were here and took 1 second to reach you are now out there and take 1 second to reach you. So it makes it look like the track's getting thinner. It's quite a weird effect.
Man, you gotta have some freaking serious freaking cojones, man. That's why still to this day, cops are still dressed like us, especially state troopers and motorcycle cops. My day's been good. My day's been good. Helped out a couple neighbors today. I had a lot of toilets to do the past 2 days. I did 2 toilets yesterday. I did 1 today. I did a pedestal sink today. I did trim work yesterday and today. I did some drop ceiling yesterday. But yeah, bring in some dollars.
It was accelerating slightly faster than all of its performance predictions. Just slightly lower drag, slightly less rolling resistance, slightly more power, and everything was working for us. At very high speeds, race cars tend to move around a little bit, particularly here on the salt, which, hard though we've tried, it's not perfectly smooth. And of course, there are crosswinds to deal with. It's quite a slippery surface.
Yeah.
So driving the car itself is very much a finger and thumb, being very precise while the car wanders around.
I'm not just sitting around with my feet up waiting to go live. No, I got chickens. I got gardens. I've got freaking flowers and plants and neighbors. I do the work I do is all in my neighborhood. It's like I can pull a wagon with my tools in it, to get so my life when I left the movie industry, I cut down on everything. I don't have a fancy car. I don't have freaking fancy clothes. I got nothing. Yeah, so I'm gonna go as low as possible to build up a brand for the next 3 years, and then if it keeps going at this rate, the rate that the community's building and everything like that, everything will be good in about 3 years, 2 more years at this rate. I'm just happy there weren't any crying, screaming babies on the flights. Kudos to the moms. There's nothing I can do. It's a lot more peaceful now. Yeah. And listen, it's also like I think as adults, we understand that children have like ESP, like extrasensory perception. So sometimes, like, you think if they're crying, do they hear something in the engines? Do they hear a rattle? And like the wackadoo stuff, like when like the landing gear comes up and stuff, it's all wacky. Titan Series straight troopers are the worst. Sir, you were going 1 mile over the speed limit. You're resistant, boy. I used to do painting and drywall for a living and deliver inflatables and margarita machines. Hey, there you go. There you go. I know a guy that does the same thing. He's got he does bounce houses. He does the dry inflatable slides, wet water inflatable slides, bounce houses, margarita machines, and for kids parties they're basically slushy machines. Yeah, same thing. Makes a lot of money. That's all he does. Works for himself. Flying is torture for tall. Yeah, I'm 6'4". It sucks. I can't afford a big seat. When I was flying, snakes loose on the plane. Samuel L. Jackson. If you get stuck next to 350-pound person, yep, that happens too.
Threaded down this apparently increasingly narrow racetrack.
Man, they didn't edit this audio very well. I mean, that ain't a freaking car. I've never seen snakes on a. You ever seen the movie Snakes on a Plane? Yeah, good movie. Good movie.
That would be entirely up to the.
Not a good movie, but good movie. Good movie. I appreciate when people put their money together for those kind of gaudy type type stuff. Yeah, reminds me of the old B movie flicks. And definitely extra sensitive to sounds, feelings, and stuff. Just learned how not to scream. Plus noise canceling headphones. Yeah, you haven't either. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. I've watched everything Samuel L. Jackson done. He's great. You aren't looking hard enough. At what?
JCB as the owner of the cars as to whether they want to go faster. My guess is they have probably showcased how great these engines are sufficiently. It's a great place to know you could have gone faster and not need to.
What? It's for a freaking speed record. Oh, you know what? You know what? I bet you they don't want to go. They want to go fast enough to break the last speed record and know that they can beat their own. So then there'll always be, like, if they did 480 miles an hour, and what was it, 388 or something like that was the last high speed record. But why not milk it? Why not be like, okay, we did 406, and then you're gonna have all that press and hoopla. Oh, can they beat it again this time? Oh, he did 409. Hey. You know, and they're like, quarter throttle. Looking at me, looking for the snake. There you go. Try the turbine. The automatic snake chopper. I want to know what kind of brakes they use on that. I wonder if it's magnetic brakes or, I mean, 'cause that's a freaking lot of friction. Gotta be. Gotta be. I have seen Sandwich X Rule of Engagement. Excellent.
Yeah, very different. It's not only promoting the the superb excellence of this multidiscipline Hydromax team, and also helping to promote and develop the technology relationship between JCB, who are principally Europe-based, but they are becoming much more of a US manufacturing company. So to promote that technology here in the US, but actually seem more important than that. In terms of the zero carbon future that we want, behind me is the definition of a zero carbon racer.
Right.
You put hydrogen in and you get water out of the exhaust.
Right.
No carbon involved anywhere in that process.
This is a kind of a lie. Okay, so it always depends how far back you go in the timeline. Okay, same thing with history. So they've got to get the hydrogen. So what are they doing to get the hydrogen? Are they splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen and then to, keeping the hydrogen? So they're using power for that. Now, are they using solar panels to get the power for that? Probably, well, maybe, but they're probably using carbon at some point to do that. So it all depends how far back in the story you go. Our car uses zero, right. And they probably used thousands of pounds of freaking carbon fiber and VOC resins and whatnot. But yeah, but the thing is, it's good because it's good. It's testing the technology, and if we can find a really good way to get hydrogen without using fossil fuels, I mean, if we get more nuclear, then we could produce a whole lot. Because then we could break the water with electrolysis. Only clean energy is nuclear. Really, nothing else is worth it. Pollutes the earth is worth. Yeah, no, really, nuclear is really the best. I mean, it's basically the end game. It's like that's ultimately what you want to do. You have rocks that get hot on their own and boil water, and then the water turns a turbine. Everything basically turns a turbine, whether it's a wind. I mean, the only thing it doesn't is solar panels. Windmills turn a turbine. Fuel oil, coal, all nuclear, all boil water and turn it into steam and blow it through a turbine to create energy. So it's just, where's your heat source? And then you look at power density. So the most power, in order, think about how many cubic miles of coal would you need to make X number of watts, and then how many little itty bitty bits of uranium or whatnot would you need? Yeah, it's just steam. It's just turning steam turbines. So we're very efficient with steam production. Nuclear is the best way to go. The big issue with nuclear is waste products, right? So, but there's options. They're just old school, the shit we've been using since the 60s, 70s, and whatnot. That's basically the same technology, but we've got technology past that. that makes much less waste. And we've got breeder reactors that turn its waste into its fuel. So it's like it breeds its own fuel while it's using burning of the fuel. Yeah, so they probably got a bunch of money to do this to try to push hydrogen forward. But you got to think about the like just what we had to do to get electric charging stations all over the place for electric cars to be viable. You'd have to do the same thing for hydrogen recharging places, and then those like now like then you've got big bombs sitting all over the place. Like
The
if
world's
they
best
got
racing bar is just down the road from here, Carmen's Black and White Bar and Grill. And Carmen is opening up at 5 o'clock for us, and we are going to be there.
All right, there you go. Congratulations, gentlemen. Right. So you would have to set up like just like how you have gas tankers that go around and fill up filling stations. You would have to have some big ass place to make a whole bunch of hydrogen in order to fill it up into tankers that would have to go around. So it's still not as convenient, but you don't have to drill the oil, then refine the oil into gasoline, diesel, and whatnot. The red panda. We did that last time, Sparkle Queen, but yeah, I'll let you look at one here. The red panda.
Panda Express around Peachtree
Panda
City.
Express.
Here you go.
Panda Express. Look at those little freaking cutie pies. The red pandas. That looks like AI. I know those freaking claws on there. The Simpsons. Raccoon's got the bandit eyes. Do you know the name of the baby fox? Baby fox. Do. No, I don't. Yeah, it'll definitely eat your face off. Yep, it'll hurt you. And it'll purr while it's doing it. It'll purr while it's doing it. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right, let's get away from the freaking wackadoo here. Let's see what's up. What's going on the internet? Okay, let's see. All right, I don't want to see. Okay, so okay, let's look into the University of Cambridge guy to see what happened. University of Cambridge professor found dead. It's called a kit. Oh, the name. I thought you meant the baby fox's name. Like Sparkle Queen. Like not what they call a baby fox. Gotcha. What's up, Walrus brother? Jason R. Day. All right, let's see. Jason R. Day, ex-Cambridge professor, accused of plagiarism, found dead a week after resigning. Youngest black professor at Cambridge when he was appointed the professor of sociology and education in 2023. So I didn't know he was there that long. 2023. What do you call a baby wolf? A kit. A kit. Like a kitten. Oh, come on. Former Cambridge professor found dead in his London home on Friday, 1 week after he resigned from his STEAM university following accusations of plagiarism. Jason R. Day became the youngest black professor at Cambridge when he was hired as professor of sociology. Sociology. A pup. Is it a pup? Let's see. I thought it was a kit. Baby fox. A kit, cub, or pup. So yeah, there you go. Kit, cub, or pup. All right, let's see. London Metropolitan Police reported to a man found unresponsive at 3:12 p.m. on Friday. He was pronounced dead at the scene. His next of kin has been notified. Unexpected, but not believed to be suspicious. Known for his neurodivergence, He has said he was diagnosed with autism as a child, unable to speak until 11. He went to forge a path in academia as a scholar of race and equality in education. Ardan resigned at August 5th, scrutiny over plagiarism, academic worth, and accomplishments. This is the thing here. The British media also questioned his claims that he raised £5.5 million through athletic feats, including running 30 marathons in 35 days. This was on his bio page of the college. I understand the college isn't. I mean, maybe it is, but it should. But it's not. It doesn't have a school of investigation. I'm sure they do, but you think that this would be standard operating procedure. Because this is the thing, you shouldn't put people in the positions, especially neurodivergents like myself. You shouldn't put neurodivergents in a position, especially when if you couldn't speak till you were 11, you couldn't read till you were 18, and now you're a college professor at 41. A college professor. I think Cambridge, somebody at Cambridge needs to be held accountable. That because now everybody, I mean, maybe it's going to be for the best at the end, but now everybody's going to be scrutinized. Everybody that's there, and you're gonna have I thought those were Baby Fox's kit. What did I say? Oh, Baby Wolf. Yeah, Baby Fox is a kit. Okay, but let's see what a wolf is. Man, I can't freaking read. Baby wolf is a pup. Fox is related to both a dog and a cat. I thought they were canine. Are they both? Yeah, I thought they were Canis lupus or whatever. Canis, Canis lupus. The dog and dingo. Family Canidae. Muzzle Canis species, the coyote, golden jackal, fertile hybrids, wolf spur. Okay, let's say one of them is related to canines and felines. Oh yeah. I'm sure what if somebody banged a freaking wackadoo. Bats aren't related to anything. How is that not suspicious? I don't know. Why can't everybody see Trump has always sought a fall guy scapegoat for Patsy his entire public life? What do you mean? You don't think people see that? People see that, but don't be so twisted to think that that's not what all politicians and political structures do that are doing wackadoo stuff. Everybody has the what do you call those things? Useful idiots. They all have a useful idiot that's going to take the fall. That's the common theme. Yeah, absolutely. Anthony and Fauci. Okay. Can you get my dog gender? Dog gender? Guess your dog's gender. It's a female. Fact check. Vampires need more adrenochrome. So neurodivergent means basically the neurology that it isn't on a standard trajectory of like how people typically learn, like how their brains develop, particularly when it comes to like learning. Like it's not I don't have a learning disability. I learn differently than other people. So school wasn't kick ass for me because I needed to be able to do deep dives, and 1 hour classes about each topic wasn't enough for me. When I got interested in something, I kind of like honed in and really wanted to dig in. And when the bell rang, I didn't want to get up and leave and whatnot, you know? So, and I think a lot of people are like that. I'm with you. Who will be the president of the United States after Trump? A Democratic Party have a power to coming to clear mid-elections win or still watch again. Who will be the president? So So I don't think it's going to. For some reason, I think they're going to push Spencer Pratt in line. But we'll see. We'll see. Fox, not a wolf, is related to both cats and dogs. You're looking at wolves. Oh, I thought you said a wolf. What? Say, don't have, Fox.
Listings for Knox
It
around
said
Noonan. Here
Fox.
they
They
are.
come up Knox. I should just type these things in. Today your brain is turning wolves into foxes and foxes into wolves. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I knew you were going to both sides. Hey, brother, listen, I'm going to be fair and centrist on everything. Listen, absolutely, because I don't like people. I do not like people demonizing one person and not the rest. If you're going to call any of it out, call all of it out. That's all I ask. It's because people dress other shitty people up like saviors as long as they're not Trump. And it's not true. Politics can't solve most of our problems. Culture can. And politics doesn't define culture. Society defines politics, and then politics can help create things by funding things and whatnot, but things that they don't fund get created in the culture on their own. We've just been off the line. Trump is a super criminal. Cat is the best. Okay, hold on. Fox. Sorry, that's gonna be Fox News. I've never even linked. I've never even clicked on Fox News's website. It's still blue. I have read something about Hillary Clinton and Bison's. Canada, South American foxes, Chordata mammalia Canada. 47 subspecies. Entomology, Old English proto. I'm not worried about entomology. A family Canada. They have flattened skull, pointed snout, long bushy brush spread. 12 species of true fox group of vulpes. 25 current or extant species, sometimes called foxes, but are paraphyletic. South American foxes belonging to outlying group bat ear fox, gray fox, or island fox. How fast is it? How fast is what? Are you talking about the 409 mile an hour car we were just looking at? Skunk, I think, on the animals related to dogs and cats. You don't breathe there? I don't breathe air. Fox is closely related to dog, but still with felines. Skunk is Scotia. What up, Gary? You know me. I got over status envy in my teens. The commies can't stand it. No, and listen, it's not going well. We need a strong Democrat Party. Absolutely, we don't have one right now. We don't have one. We've got one that's too comfortable in being in bed with people that just want to overthrow and destroy things that people my age have built their whole lives. And I'm not willing to go down that path. Possible political correctness outside coverage could have saved economic development to solve problems. Our economy's doing great. Our economy's doing are very, very well. The problem is there's two economies. So, like, people absolutely will complain about groceries and gas and stuff. Absolutely see that. But also, the industries in America our S&P 500 is the highest it's ever been. So the industries and everything in America are doing good. We need to bring down housing costs. Absolutely. How do you do that without destroying value? You need to increase the number of available housing without building new houses. How do you do that? Okay. And then you also need more jobs available and require these companies that are doing very well, like in the stock market, they're doing very well. They've got to be put into a position to pay Americans American wages. That's what's got to change. They can't keep having the option to pay people slave wages. I want a skunk as a pet. And I think, yeah. Would you name him Pepe Le Pew? Give me free shit that won't work for an average comedy to get started. And listen, it's crazy. If you look into them, they don't even do what they say. They're 80% white across the United States, 63% just in the New York chapter, and only 4% of them are blue collar. So they're and a lot of them are from rich lineage. So they're like the champagne socialist types. It just seems like they just want power. And if they can convince a bunch of people to vote for them, they want to vote in a type of government that they can't be voted out. Because remember, you can vote your way into communism, but you can't vote your way out of it. Their connection to cats goes back 54 million years. A common ancestor, alien ancestor of the Carnivora, which split them two distinct evolutionary paths: Caniformia, dog-like, and Feliformia. Life isn't fair, right? But we've got more options to do more things, and there's a lot more money available. We screw up these kids by putting them way too far into debt with these colleges. You can learn on your own for free. And so therefore, the competition for college, the reward for going to college does not offset the cost for 99% of the people. That was evolution to say. Yeah, right. I guess. Yeah, I'll tell you what to do for my tax-funded mansion. And listen, did you see their budget came out yesterday? They want like $700 trillion, but they'll only end up getting $2 trillion from the millionaires and billionaires. Something along those lines. It was absolutely crazy. Do you think China would be a leader in economic policy? That's 20 years to better understand how they're growing up. They're spending all their money. So China is mass producing nuclear reactors now because of the oil shortage, because of the Strait of Hormuz. So them mass producing nuclear reactors is going to cause America to mass produce nuclear reactors. So this is going to move us off of fossil fuels. So then the climate activists will get what they want for the fossil fuels thing to slow down. Elon Musk is going to have $70 trillion because more people are going to be using electric cars when the electric prices come down. Once nuclear power sites start competing with fuel burning power sites, this is going to take probably about 2 or 3 years because they've got to pay back their $1 billion investment in building the structures. In the same old gaslight and pour that's been for 200 years of socialist voting, everything. Yeah, it's yes. And this is the problem. If you've been voting the same way your whole life and you've never gotten anything from the party that says they've given it to you, you have to change. You've got to teach them that your vote isn't always theirs. It's got to, and if you give another party your vote and then you let them know you're jumping ship if they don't do for you what needs to be done, so this is what you need to do, because you've been being lied to or gaslit for so long. I include myself in that. And now I'm switching sides because I can see that the liberal that I was in 2004, 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is now more along lines of what the Republicans have lined up. Yes, they have some bullshit, but I think we'll actually have more of a chance of changing that part of the Republican Party, because I can't. The Democrats are just going farther left. And the economy. Listen, if we took college debt out of the economy, everybody would be super happy and buying homes. All 5 major departures are women. All 5 major departures are women in Trump's administration. Interesting. Departures? What are departure? Oh, major. Oh, all right. They left. Oh, yeah. For some reason, I was thinking departments. Yep. Yep. They're heading out of there. That's going to be hard considering they're focused on profit. Unions tried that, better wages and healthcare. Yeah, right. Well, but I think we've got some. I think a lot of people spend too much time trying to figure out what's going on in America rather than looking at America's competition and understanding from the history how America responds to threats like the Cold War and China and how we've responded back and forth and seeing where these things are going and watching the investments, how much the people that have a lot of money are putting their money somewhere expecting a return. Where is that money going? It's going electric cars, it's going nuclear, it's going AI. All that needs power, and the only way we're going to get power out of that and keep a voting base is to get the gas prices down, get food prices down. So more money is going to go to farmers to help them give schools farm to school food, which is going to be very good. And in order to help bring the money down for the cost for farmers, bringing down diesel fuel is going to be primary. So I think what we're going to see over the next 5 years is we're going to see a lot more American households getting electric cars when the cost of electric cars come down and the cost of electricity comes down with nuclear. And we're going to be able to use more of the diesel fuels and stuff that's pulled out of the ground in America and Venezuela for the farmers and the long over the road truckers, because it doesn't make sense to do long haul trucking with electric yet. I'll tell you one thing, there's no shortage of bald eagles. Really? I don't see any of them around here in Georgia. The poor are still falling for it while their government higher ups off. Yes, and the thing is, the ones that are telling you they'll help you are getting rich off of selling you it. Yep, they do not care about you, right? You can't look to the government to help you. You've got to get away from expecting something from those people. Democrat or Republican. The only reason I see a positive part of this is because it is looking like you're seeing a liberalizing of the Republican Party. They do got scabs, they do got dirty underwear, but I also think it's going to be much better for everybody when you see the bifurcation of the Democrat Party and remember, only 8 Democrats said that America should be a capitalist society. People who never fought big taxpayer-funded mansions and pulled the ladder up. Robert E. Lee tried to stop the stuff a whole lot. Same as they're saying racist over shit is 150 years fallen. Watch the DC one's personal theory or not. Does America really have competition apart from 1 or 2 sectors? Yeah. We don't manufacture hardly anything. So like a lot of our money leaves America. A lot of the things that we buy in America are produced in India and China. So for pharmaceuticals, India beats out America, and for standard goods, China beats out America. Pull up the ladder up through education, sales, social stuff. Yeah, third world countries, scientists trying to produce new technology, which is electricity. Will be sending message without wireless charging systems, but phones will be paying how much kilowatt you want. Trump administration released UFO footage, and it looked so bad it's funny. All right, we'll look it up, humans. Companies will lay you off before reaching retirement. Yep, Samsung, Dell, etc. Housing will not go down because of profitability. Investors determine the cost. No, that's for new homes. Listen, there's a lot, whether you want to talk about the deportations or not, there's a lot of people, over 1 million people that self-deported, and almost 800,000 new of those homes came on the market. So over the next year, that's going to cycle back into the number, and then however many more this are going to happen. And then the people that did have jobs, especially like the TPS holders that had jobs, apparently they had like 6,000 jobs in one city, I want to say in Massachusetts. So you had 6,000 Haitians that had those jobs, that now you'll have Americans having federal or state government jobs in Massachusetts because those jobs need to be filled. So, I mean, like, I don't think people realize how many more jobs would be available. Now, I understand, but listen, I'm not talking about the morality of it. I'm talking about the factual basis of it and the numbers, like what leads to what. And listen, if the housing costs and the fuel costs don't come down, then what's going to happen is the Republicans going to have to spend more money to try to get elected. The way that they get more of the independent voters is by fixing the education system, which they're doing now, especially not allowing kids to take as much money as they want for anything they want that the kids have to pay back. If the courses cannot get them more money, college courses can't get them more money than a high school diploma, they can't, the colleges can't say, hey, you'll be a billionaire if you take this. They can be held accountable for that. And that's what I want. I want to see accountability. I'm tired of people deceiving people just for freaking commissions. They want power, but everyone should have power. There's so much as there's no such thing as a democratic socialist. Yeah, it's an obvious lie. It's an obvious power grab, and the young are falling for it. Yeah, because this is what they're taught. The young are taught that America destroyed the world, capitalism destroyed the world, and if we overthrow it all for socialism, everybody can just chill out at home and everything can be free. But the problem is when you run, that's attractive to young, immature people. Absolutely. It attracted me when I was young and immature. But when you run the numbers and then when you hear the people talk, you realize that a lot of them are faking it till they make it. A lot of them don't have answers. They're just like, just let me get the power and we'll figure it out. And I'm like, that's not good enough. Rental, they actually bought a home. There was, I want to say there's 50,000 homes just in Springfield, Ohio. In Minnesota, you can only vouch for 8 people as citizens of the district if they don't have any. That's crazy. I saw that too. If you walk in with an ID to vote, you can vouch for 8 people that don't have ID. Yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. Let's not turn a blind eye on Germany and other European countries. They're folding up like sheets. Yeah, right. Because they screwed themselves by trying to go solar and wind before we perfected the technology. Just because there were solar panels for sale, they were like, okay, let's cut off. No, they weren't efficient enough, and we did. And you have to convert it from DC to the sun to AC to the grid, and you're losing a lot. So then they had to destroy farmland in order to put up more solar areas. And it didn't make sense at the efficiencies it was at. So they ran this. So now they're not mining, they're not pulling their own fuel out of the ground. They're not pulling out coal or anything because of the Green New Deal or whatever they're doing over there. So now they've got to ship it in. So now other countries like China that are pulling out, or Russia that are pulling out a lot of coal, are shipping it to countries like that. It doesn't make sense. The tomato cannot be squished, and has survived. What up, stupid tomato? Germany even stopped progressing with nuclear. Yes, that makes no sense. Without home ownership, school taxes determine how much schools actually get. The more expensive the home, the more taxes the district gets. That's right. Yeah. Right. Understood. But if you also look at the setup of the Board of Education, and especially you got a lot of people that aren't educators getting most of the money. And that's not the way it should be. That's got to be redone. People talk about the police. Yes, we need to train police, and we need to get the money out of administration of schooling, and we need to get it into the teachers and local administrators, not freaking somebody saying, looking at numbers and being like, okay, you passed 600 students, you get money this year. Yeah, how did you pass them? Can they read? Now they're open coal power. Right, they have to open coal power stations because they don't have the freaking power. So they're bringing in, they're importing coal. European Commission, this is all spoken by a Dutch guy. China, USA should combine and take over the universe. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, what was I looking for here? I forgot what I was supposed to be looking for after this. But it's so sad to see how the young are being taken advantage of, especially with the health system. I'm working on it. I really wish Cheryl would get better. I would like to hire her to do the grant writing stuff. I'm trying to do it now. I just don't have the time yet. It probably won't be till the end of the month till I have time to write my grants. But she apparently had some pretty bad illnesses. Hopefully, they're importing carbon from other countries under the same atmosphere. Right. And listen, but who got rich? That's the thing to look at. they keep you mad so you don't look into where the money went. You'll find out that the politicians got a bunch of stock and partial ownerships, which stock is basically, of these solar and wind farm companies, and then said, oh, the earth's going to explode if we don't switch to solar. So then the government takes your tax dollars and buys a bunch from these companies that runs the freaking, and then they have a buddy that owns the import company, and the government uses that import company to bring it in. And then you have buddies that own the companies to do the installation, or you own stock in those companies, and then that all goes up so that they make a lot more money. And then when it all falls apart, well, don't worry, the taxpayer will bail us out again. Anything that needs subsidies ain't worth shit, except for food. And that's our fault for doing away with so much of the farms, because we could import all of it. Once a year it needs government subsidies, lets you know it's losing money. Yeah, the only thing that we should be subsidizing is farmers, because people still need to eat. All right, let's see. Butterflies, indigo. Oh man, everybody's talking about that guy, Jason Arday. Man, unbelievable, man. Streets of Venezuela. Oh, Venezuela had an earthquake too? Oh, that was Cuba. Big case murdered CEO. Ew, man, sinkholes are nuts. It all brings down to safety valve theory. The safety valve theory. Dun, 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 dun. You brought that up the other day. All right, let's see. Narrated glass blow. Man, glass blowing, man. When I retire, I'm getting into glass blowing. Jason Arday, it's the guy we were talking about earlier. This guy, he couldn't read until 8, he couldn't speak until 11. So this was his story, and now we don't know if any of it's true. But he said he couldn't speak until he was 11, and then he didn't know how to read till he was 18, and then he became a professor of Cambridge University sociology at 41, the youngest professor at Cambridge. And then now they find out that everything was a lie. He said he ran freaking 30 marathons in 30 days or something like that. He said that he was in a movie or show that was filmed 20 years before he was born. They checked his academic papers through a plagiarism detector and found it was plagiarized, like most of his papers. And the papers that weren't plagiarized was him talking to his friends. And it was like really, really like it was like what we're doing here, but documented, like written down. So he got fired, and then apparently he took his life yesterday. This was like last week he did that, and yesterday he took his life. But yeah, poor guy, man. And I listen, people have mental issues. You can't put them in positions of high spotlight without knowing what's the truth. The truth just does not seem to matter anymore. I asked AI why Europeans self-sabotage with energy security. You couldn't give a straight answer. Hell no. Yeah, that's what it looks like, Gary. We don't have any reports on that, but they said that there was no foul play, and it was unexpected. So he didn't have any illnesses or anything like that. So it looks like it's actually money went into food and health. I'd be all on board for it. So subsidizing can be used intelligently. Right. But it's intelligently. So not that every time you get a scratch on or you have an itch on your ball sack, you need freaking lifelong prescription of some opioid. Like, that's nuts. These forever patient bullshit has got to stop. Like it's got to stop. We know better ways to do medicine than we're doing it. It's just all built around one licensure or like setup. So you think Rubio's the man, needs a vouch for long term? I mean, listen, I think a lot more independents like Rubio over Vance, but listen, people don't understand how rough, because the polls are wrong, have been so absolutely wrong. Like Wong had a 94% chance of winning and she lost. right? So she was supposed to be a 20-point favorite and she lost. So they were completely wrong. Abdul, can't remember his last name. He was also prepped or polled to win by 20 points. He won by 1 point, right? So it's like you have a lot of very severe underperforming, and I think that's going to show through. I think people are going to try to, like I said, liberalize the Republicans rather than try to correct the Democrats. We haven't evolved long enough. What's up, Ocean Wave? Gary, our European Parliament is located in Brussels, the most self-destructive city in Europe since 10 years. It's literally these homeless people, a lot of immigrants, piss smells everywhere. Barely any European agrees our commission. Wow, just think AI credentialed. AI credentials. Europeans want to control the world again, and because they know the U.S. is the strongest, they're playing that game, or we are good versus they are evil. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people don't see that. Walrus, you have a particularly good point of view for where you live to see that, like in the streets. Absolutely. And it's the agree with them till we can take them over. You know, like they'll come in and they'll find the anti-American groups to get into bed with and be like, oh, we're all for everything you do. Oh, these dang freaking Americans. Oh yeah. And then so when they get hugged and kissed on long enough, get put into positions of power, and then help tear everything down. Polls are generally left leaning, I've noticed, so one a silent majority. But well, there's and I've talked about this before. That okay, that's a good point here. I talked about this before. There's a lot of closet conservatives, a closet ex-liberals or ex-Democrats. I'll say closet Republicans because they're still liberal. They're just not Democrat liberal. And there's a lot of people, because people will rip you down. They'll tear you apart. They'll defriend you. They'll try to get you fired. Like especially if you leave the left. So there's a lot of people that are absolutely just like, oh no, yeah, no, like they're so I think this is reflective in the polling, like why it looks like you're getting like if a pollster comes up to you and says, hey, you're like, oh yeah, I'm voting for the Democrat, blue no matter who, and then they win by 1 point or lose because people. So it's either the people that are reporting it are afraid of being looked down upon for not voting Democrat or not. Yeah. And that's what it seems like. And you have people that just don't want to get into fights in public. They're out welding some shit. Guys, no one's really a good guy here. U.S. has been starving Cuban people since the 60s, and they're shooting innocent fishermen now. Yeah, nobody's the good guy. You know, but it's also there's never been, listen, I don't hate America. I understand. It's like having that girlfriend that freaking, breathes morning breath in your face, but she's really hot. Like, we've done absolutely wackadoo stuff, but it's not the same people. It's not the same people. We don't have a king that's ruled for 50 years and did all of this underneath of it. A lot of this is our CIA and stuff like that. Absolutely. And they're now being dismissed, which is great. So also, we do give more money to other countries than any other country, and we've helped other countries like break away from their leadership and start countries on their own, and we feed a lot of the poor. So we do some bad, but we absolutely do some evil, and I think we should find the ones doing evil and get rid of them. We should all just kiss. They want the United States of Europe, but they're pissing on individual nation states. They're not sovereign to do it because they want that money. Unfortunately, Americans on the left are pushing that narrative. Yeah, agreed. And I think it's pretty obvious when the media on the left celebrates when something negative about America is in the press, or like when something that looked like it would have been good doesn't end up happening. They're like, oh, another failure for Trump. Like they're like, I understand they don't like Trump, but we live in this country. Our families live in this country. Our money is in this country's banks. Our retirements are in this country's infrastructure, our stock market, and not. We don't want it to go bad. Trump's administration will be over in 2.5 little more than 2 years. So like this will end. It doesn't seem like a lot of people think past the day. They just want what they want right now, instead of like saying, what's the best path forward? Where do you want to be in 5 years? He's trying to form an opposing brain dead cult. They don't even ask the population in those nations. Yeah. Well, Shadow Syndicate. I just want to watch everyone burn. Yeah. Leftists need a disaster to thrive. And they'll create one for them. When Putin said EU was becoming like the Soviet Union, he wasn't lying. No, he wasn't. They won't be your friend, and it's not the same leftist. Yeah, and the problem is everybody used to be friends. Everybody used to be friends. Democrats and Republicans used to sit together. My mom's a Democrat. My dad's a Republican, and they've been married for 56 years this year. Do you think the right tries to be left when they take away our power? Well, so it's very different this time around. The right is more liberal, definitely. Like so even like when it comes to abortion, people say Trump said, but no, Trump gave it back to the states. So like he didn't say, so he didn't federally ban abortions like the Republicans probably would have done. And I think that but the way it was sold to the people was that that's what he was going to do. And people talk about, oh, we're a nation of laws. Okay, well, we found out that oh man, I forgot the name of the freaking case. Roe versus Wade was unconstitutional, but people don't care that it's unconstitutional because they don't care when it benefits them. So people are like, oh, this is a law. This is the land of rules and laws. Right. Okay, this was wrong. This was against the Constitution. But people wanted it. Right. So people, that's a call. Yeah. I know means Putin's board. No, me neither. Man, Putin wants Russia to be Soviet Union again. He openly discussed it. Yeah, because he's the one in charge. I'm impartial to foreign leaders, generally everyone, until I meet them. Right. And the thing is, we got no idea. No idea. We got no idea what these people are like. We got no idea because they're performant. They're hated and loved. So you can't tell if they're as good as their supporters say or as bad as their detractors say. It's somewhere in between. That's what subtitles said. Enemies. I got subtitles. The EU had a shard over democracy and sovereignty, just like the Soviet Union. Yeah, they didn't do good. Lil Wayne was originally over the ownership of the fetuses that were frozen. It was originally over? Lil Wayne was? Trump let him out of jail. Trump let Lil Wayne out of jail. I gave him a pardon. Didn't you know what he said? Oh, performing. Putin's subtitles. Oh. So I show him mine. Okay. All right. I got main character syndrome, apparently. I'm like, I'm talking about my subtitles. Do I have subtitles? No, I don't care. All right, let's see. Gorilla Glue versus 5,000 Yellow Jackets. Unbelievable. 7.7 magnitude earthquake and tsunami just hit Indonesia.
And economic losses of 10 to 100 million, most likely. Could be more, could be less.
Man.
But some of the video that we saw was not good. As you know, it knocked some of those buildings down in a flash. Like really in a flash. I don't think we have too many did you feel it. We do have one response from way over there, but you know, these people aren't American. They're Indonesian, so they're not using USGS. And that's fine.
Oh, yeah. U.S. Geological Survey.
Here is the tectonic summary. Let's read through this. The August 14th, 2026, magnitude 7.7 Flores Sea earthquake occurred off the northern coast of East
7.1 would do it.
Tenggara, Indonesia, as a result.
7.7. Putin literally called the collapse of the Soviet Union the greatest geopolitical catastrophe and remain in neutral and partial until they start getting a little too far into the ocean.
Convergence between the Australian and Sunda plates.
I know I'm still thinking about
mechanism solutions.
I know I'm still thinking about the politics and the economy in the U.S., but it seems for me, what Trump wants is the best for his country. I don't know why those lefties can't put the ideology differences aside. Listen, there's a a lot of people absolutely want America to be destroyed and rebuilt. The problem is, I do not trust the people that are going to be in charge when it's rebuilt. It's still the people that they say, the millionaires and billionaires. Who own the companies that will rebuild the structures? Who's gonna, where are you gonna store everything? Who's the bankers? Oh, where's the wealth? Where's the wealth kept? Like it's all gonna go back to the millionaires and billionaires, and they'll get to do what they want to do. What's the best for them. I like that we have the checks and balances of the court system, of the Senate, and this is why they want to do away with the Senate. And they want to expand the court while they're in power. You sold out Iron stood on stage and said in front of eyes doesn't believe sovereignty of the United States. Jeez, do you think you need to triple their nuclear capacity by 2050? The World Nuclear Administration has yeah, I think so. Yeah, triple at the minimum. I would say by freaking 2030. But yeah, 2050 sounds good to me. It takes a while because we're subliminally brainwashed by the media to believe what is done in our school system supports the brainwashing. I agree. They literally believe everything they see on TikTok. Yes. And listen, I don't think people understand how much, like, the reason why Biden wanted to shut down TikTok in the United States. He actually set it to shut down as he was leaving office. And then one of the first things Trump did on day one was to save TikTok. Right. So but there was a lot of anti-America propaganda, anti-woman propaganda, anti-man propaganda, anti-black, white, yellow, red, just anti-anybody that was in America, saying up all kinds of stuff, twisting history to absolutely inflame people, to make as much chaos as possible. And it did a lot. People hated the people a lot. Then they hate to see the U.S. They all hate it. Yeah, it seems like we're pretty well hated. But like, listen, I haven't done anything that people should hate me for, right? I try to be pretty respectable and try to honor those that are older than me and deserve the honor, and respect the people younger than me that are still coming up. But you know, to be dismissed so quickly is a kick ass. Here are people who come for persecution. Why is the flag on the podium purple if Trump is red? That's a good question. I don't know. He's orange. What's he got to say? I'm sorry. Hello, did you know my buddy John Goldbody? I do know. He's got a thin dink. John Goldbody. He's a great guy. You call him John Go? He's a good guy. I like that guy. He's been a member for like 6 months here. Critical thinking. Yeah. Listen, I think I know why. The leftists have zero foundations to build their utopia up. And listen, they put out their estimations for the amount of money they would need, and they're at like 700 trillion. So it seems like it's an external government that wants to just grab all of America's wealth if they could propagandize enough of the young people to vote them into power. Why else would they want to destroy? It just doesn't make any sense because it doesn't cost that much. They also want to do it the Southern government, make America a constitutional republic, right? And think of the other countries that would lose, how much they would lose. Like Japan owns most of the biggest chunk of American debt, and then China. I find when people start holding their own power and counter for actions, not the ways we do now, right? Not the way we do it now, right? But how it used to be done. I agree. Yeah, since 1950, behaving extremely one center. Procler barbered up, shows Germanius. Everyone besides hates the U.S. The fact that hasn't been blown to smithereens is amazing. Even the Canadians, a meek mob rule. It's the present nuclear warhead designed after less for 20 years. No, I thought you meant nuclear arsenal. I thought you meant nuclear power. My bad. I thought you meant nuclear power. And they have to realize, baby, don't count for anything, but I love the U.S. I hope you love us too. Absolutely, I love you, brother. I don't hate anybody, and I think we could have much better relationships is if every 4 years we didn't get another wackaloon government official that tries to rip off other nations. It's absolutely crazy. Yes, there needs to be, and I think there absolutely could be, but I'll tell you what, we definitely screwed up by allowing so many NGOs to have power to speak for us and other nations. Absolutely. 100 megaton draw up the ash and sun out the filter. Yeah, nuclear winter. I have catastrophic damage. Look up the communists and protect the Catholic Church in America, 50s. Yeah.
indicate that the rupture occurred on either a west striking fault dipping moderately to the north or an east striking fault dipping shallowly to the south. The location, depth, and preliminary focal mechanism solution for this earthquake indicate the event is likely the result of thrust faulting within the overriding Sunda plate. At the location of this earthquake, the Australian plate is moving towards the north with
There's no reason we should be at each other's throats like this.
respect to the Sunda plate at approximately 69 millimeters per year. So that's 6.9 centimeters per year, or a little bit more than 2 inches per year. These two plates meet at the Sunda Trench, approximately 35 kilometers south of this earthquake. While commonly plotted as points on maps,
I was hoping he'd have some video of it. We still got them same old blues. What up, Georgie? All right, let's see. All right, boom, boom, boom. Food quality being so bad that reduction of serotonin creates cause depression in soldiers. USS Abraham 6. I think that's a huge problem. Also here in this in our population, like why is it that we have such low testing scores? The IQ is going down in America, and people are getting more anxious and depressed on more pills than ever before. And the farther we get from actual actual nutrition, actual vitamin and mineral nutrition, without vitamin B12 and whatnot, you can't make serotonin. So this is very important. So it might be if what's happening out there is they're not eating any meat, or they got a lot of vegetarian stuff over there. But yeah, you need B12 for serotonin, for dopamine, for norepinephrine, for myelin sheath reproduction, and that's just one vitamin. So the other vitamins and minerals also can cause issues. This is the problem when they say, okay, you're going to get fats, protein, sodium, but no, you need all of it. You need the vitamins and minerals. No, yes, a lot of meat and seafood, not only America. Sam, I'm not American. What comes across? It's in the air. The air and water aren't clean. But our body is a pretty amazing way to fix itself for the most part if you give it what it needs, and we don't give it what it needs. We don't. It's absolutely an illusion of choice. Absolutely. Everything we produce is toxic. Yes, it is. But our body can filter itself out if you give it the chemistry that it needs to do that. And we don't. Most Americans are deficient in one vitamin, and probably multiple, but at least one vitamin and or mineral. Not exactly, but sometimes do you think the truth gets hidden if we blame foreign player influence every time? It's just no. I'm just saying, for the size of the check that they want written for the work that they want done doesn't make any sense unless somebody just wants to wipe the wealth out of the United States and be like, "Ha, gotcha, suckers." Because it doesn't make any sense that if they wanted us to flourish into the future, that they would charge absolute $700 trillion. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, pulling the ladder up. Veggies too. Right. Well, but the problem with a lot of our vegetation is it's picked before it's ripe. And so it doesn't have the same vitamin profile as it would had it vine ripen. And that's a big thing because we don't have enough local farms around the United States. We've lost 500,000 farms enough. What's your name thought on selfish and mollusks as a food source? Yeah, listen, that great. But you need for a primary protein, vitamin K2, vitamin D, stuff like that. Yeah, that's good stuff. But you need beef. You need beef, or you have to find another source. There is no vegetable sources of B12. I eat them a lot. Yeah, I ate raw oysters. Never had a raw shellfish. Why? You shellfish? All right, let me see. Okay, now ABC's got something here. What up, Papa
We have some
Bear?
breaking news to get to right now. In Indonesia, there has been a powerful 7.7 earthquake. It struck off the coast. So far, there are no immediate reports of any casualties or damage. The quake hit just before 6 a.m. Indonesia time. Its epicenter was off the northern coast of the
Imagine
country.
being waken up
a
by that.
tsunami warning has been issued for the area, but a
Crustaceans, yeah.
widespread tsunami is not expected.
Crustaceans,
The area
yeah.
is part of the well-known Ring of Fire and prone to earthquakes and volcanic activity.
I wanted to see some freaking pictures. Liver oysters, live oysters, shellfish, those things you can consume small amounts. It's cleanse out your system, but you get a lot of zinc. A lot of people are deficient in zinc, especially. So if you eat oysters and it makes you horny, and oysters are known as aphrodisiacs because of the amount of zinc in them. If you're deficient and you get a burst of zinc like that, I don't know how quickly it works into turning it into testosterone, but it's been known as I eat those rarely. Nutritionally, of course, that's what I was thinking. The sea spiders. I like crustaceans. Spider actually tastes like shellfish when it's cooked correctly. Shrimp used to be. Yeah, I had shrimp today. Sea bugs. Yep, iodine. Right. Listen. A lot of people don't get enough iodine either. Listen, I think the reason you have so many people that are on thyroid drugs is because of an iodine deficiency. I would like to know. Lobster backley, sea cockroach. That's what they used to be called. Yeah. I don't know. I can't find any more data on it. It's just that live stream and this here. I was hoping to actually see some video from there. Let's see if we can find anything here. Come on. Indonesia earthquake. All right, let's see what we can find here. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I fell down and the flame going higher. And it burns, burns, burns. That ring of fire. It's true that I don't like the left at all. The right in the U.S. aren't making things much better. As a Muslim outside the U.S., it hurt me, the propaganda about us that were a source of problems. Well, there's a reason for that. The reason for that is there are people acting in the name of Muslims that are doing wackadoo stuff because they want to use the American law system to get access to power using the freedom of religion. But if you know, you as a Muslim would know that they're not acting in the way that they should. They're just saying what they want to say, and they're lying to get power. And they're for the people that are solid Muslims, that are just decent people that want to go about their life and freaking have a good life. You have people here that are absolutely using it as a power grab. And so you go into areas that are highly with high Muslim populations, and people act like the most devout Muslims. Like, vote for me because I'm Muslim and I'm a Democrat. And they're really poor candidates because they're liars and they don't follow their religion. So when people say, hey, Muslims can't do that, you own a winery. Muslims can't own wineries. What's going on? So obviously they don't follow the tenets, the pillars of Islam. So they're liars. They're just lying to enrich themselves. And that's what's happening with the PR. I don't know why I hate salmon, but tuna. I like tuna more than salmon. Occasionally shrimp, I'd say, but you have lobsters, always do say so. You'll get a lob. You get a lob on? Had a scoutmaster taught us that eat termites as a protein source. Jeez. Wild edibles. Yeah, we don't teach anything about that stuff. Like, listen, when I was a kid, at least we had the scouts and stuff. Yeah, scout, right. The scouts. Yeah, I had scouts too. Let's ignore all the mega churches trying to grab power. But the thing, they're not trying to grab power. America's already a Christian country. They're not using it. They're not saying vote for me because I'm the head of a mega church. Trying to change the way. We're talking about people that are coming in from outside the country and using an immigrant population to try to grab power. It's definitely a different thing. It's absolutely a different thing, because at least those churches have churches, you know. Yeah, it's definitely different. It might be hard to see from your point of view, but seeing it from inside America, like how obvious it is, that's the issue. And they're sullying the name of the people that they're saying to represent. So, and it's causing hatred. Yeah. But America is a Christian country. The thing is, so to see how the people are trying to do that, the people that come into America, they come in and they find Muslim enclaves, and then they act like Muslims to try to get the Muslim vote, but only in front of the camera for everyone. When you look into them, they're absolutely not following it. This is the problem. America's already a Christian country, so it's not like they're trying to change that. The issue is they're using that religion in order to officiate or a political to they're politicizing it for their own gain. Pisses me off while I see some Middle East countries lobbying death to America and the ones in our country turn a blind ear. Yeah, man, it's not very good. It's not very good. Listen, we fund a lot of the world. A lot of the stuff that's made around the world, we give them a lot. And I don't think people realize how actually much. Yeah, thank you. Yep, and that that's a pretty rough thing to go by too. The Romans believe stalk plants compared to onions. Believe humans only exist as super plants. They're caliphating. Most of the are unmapped. Yeah, well, not only 5%, 95% are unmapped. So by humans. So there's a little bit more than that have been mapped by ROV. Richard S. John. No, I ain't seen him yet, brother. Yeah, he's usually in here by now. It's 9:30. Yeah, he's usually in here by now. We did not have Boy Scouts in my area as a kid. Never. How old are you, Librado? Well, make sure you subscribe and hit that like button, brother. I appreciate you coming through. You would be surprised to see what happens in the boonies. What up, Bathy? Old topography, mass 94 Air Force video topography. See your local down names, hill names, and creeks. It's pretty cool. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see what we can find here. Okay. All right. So, I mean, yeah, so I'm 49. So it was much more popular when I was a kid. There was multiple freaking different sects of like Weeblos and freaking that's the only one I can really remember. Girl Scouts, Brownies, Boy Scouts, and like the Cub Scouts. Yeah, and there was a bunch of them. There was a bunch. And this is around Maryland. And like Boys Life magazine, yeah, like a lot of you could get like smoke bombs and stuff in the back of it. The cryptids. What up, TW? Happy Friday, brother. Website goes back in history with aerial images. Yep, metal detecting. Yep. Okay, what am I doing? Oops, there we go. Okay, 7.7. I can't tell if any of that's anything. It was fun being a boy in 1982. I was 5 years old. We had a football team known as the Keysbees. Keysbees. Oh, don't look too bad.
So some breaking news. We are following tonight a magnitude 7.7 earthquake has just struck off the coast of Indonesia.
What up,
it happened
Bull
in
Monkey?
the Flores region in the eastern part of that country. There are no immediate reports of any injuries or damage, but the earthquake did trigger a tsunami warning. Indonesia is prone to earthquakes and volcanic activity because of its location along the Ring of Fire. Let's bring in KTVU meteorologist Roberto Gonzalez. Obviously, you are tracking this massive quake here, and really what we're looking at is focusing on in many cases is that tsunami warning. What are we hearing about the potential for a tsunami to form?
That was the first thing I checked at 2:38 this afternoon, our time, when I got the alert of that 7.7 earthquake.
Yeah, man.
Huge.
Wow,
That's
the
why
biggest.
I
I saw a report saying that was the biggest on the earth so far.
Football.
But I know we had a large one in Russia last year that did prompt a tsunami watch here in the Bay Area. But we have not seen anything as far as an advisory, watch, or warning for tsunami across the area affected by this earthquake in Indonesia. And as Alex was mentioning, no casualties at this particular time, no injuries, but we're going to be keeping a watchful eye.
We had YMCA, we had the swimming YMCA swimming pool you could go to for $1. It was like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. We had like the Boy Scouts would teach you how to rappel. They would teach you how to go camping and stuff. Like none of that stuff is going around anymore. And like it's like I don't hear about it at all. And it was like on the news at least every other day. You would hear about camp. They're going to have a 400 family camp out, and you just don't hear about any of it anymore. Like I don't know if it was the vid. Topography maps go back even further, show a lot more information from the old West days. I learned when I was a toddler to use fire. I had a cap gun back then. Yeah, it's great stuff. This is
On
bad,
this
yeah.
latest massive earthquake, a 7.7 that hit Indonesia at 2:38 this afternoon, our time. Now,
4:30
let's draw our
morning.
attention to this. This is Tropical Storm Lala, and we've been tracking this for a couple of days now. And at this particular time, experts are thinking that tonight,
Got not
overnight, or
really well,
early
it's Boy
tomorrow
Scouts.
morning, this could reach a Cat
that's
1
pretty bad.
hurricane, the Category 1 hurricane, because it's going to gather some strength and momentum when it hits the warmer Hawaiian waters here. Now, right now, the winds are 65 miles per hour. They're anticipating it's going to be over 80 miles per hour. And if that does happen, if Lala hits and makes landfall on the Big Island as a hurricane, it will be the first time in modern history. Sure, we've had other hurricanes, especially over here in the Kauai area, but making a direct landfall on the Big Island would be the first time in modern history. Sure, it could skirt around it, but look how massive that hurricane is. It's so wide, it's going to sideswipe. As far as the Big Island is concerned, I was talking to friends in Kona. They said that they're really concerned with the Hilo side. And let's show you why here. As it goes ahead and tracks across Hawaii here, all the islands either have hurricane warnings or watches in effect. Now, watch the rainfall total in the Hilo area. This is what they're anticipating. A foot of rain easily, so that will cause some landslides. And we're not even talking about the gusty winds. Again,
we had the plastic ones and the paper ones that were like strips.
90 miles
If you ever
per
get
hour.
gored by a
Other
javelin,
islands
you go to
picking
bed-
up
yeah.
substantial,
I was
copious
calling
amounts of
everyone
rainfall
sand pits.
as well.
Red
I
Ride,
checked
Red
in with
Hills, as soon as
SFO. I'm
done,
not
of
looking
course,
at any
riding bikes, four-wheelers.
cancellations
Yeah, we had that
heading
too. Yeah,
to
the pit.
Hawaii, but we're going to stay on top of that as
Yeah,
well.
was,
That will
4 years
probably
instructor
start to
first time
happen
with
as
my
the weather
sister.
deteriorates later tonight in
Boy
Hawaii and
Scouts also
tomorrow
give both
morning.
started
And
accepting
Alex,
girls too,
again,
yeah.
we will
Oh,
be
yeah, well, that'll do it. That'll do it. So, but listen, that kind of stuff, there needs to be a comeback. And I think what's going on with the WNBA, that's all going to make all that stuff fall apart. And you have AOC saying woke 1.0 was insane. Like people on the conservative side weren't calling it insane. Like as we were getting. So what are they admitting? Are they admitting now? Oh, we went too far. Okay, so what do you undo? What do you undo? Everything that's already been broke. Grandpa teaching hunter safety.
And we will be right back.
Bring your own butt. Pop Valley, only girls were originally in the Scouts. I was in the Boy Scouts till about 14. I'm an integral part of life. Taught me valuable. I was too. I was a weeblo in the Cub Scouts. And I was trying to get to my Eagle Scout. Trying to get my Eagle. I remember finding a few rolls of paper once. I don't know why. Letting them on fire the 4th of July. Yeah, I would put them down in the strip and take a rock and just go. Maybe the original out of the Boy Scouts eventually pressed on, had nothing of their own, either joined. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, it's hard to feel special when you're told you're not special. And they try to lie and say, no, everybody's special. And yeah, you don't make us feel that way. Hurricane impact on Hawaii estimate. You just go with vision idea. Target rate. I don't know, brother. I don't know. If so, that'd be pretty freaking crazy. I need paper printed on my map. So start with the LR 22 long range. My personal target carry out proficiency. Yeah, we used to have really good. Yeah, like everybody had a BB gun, but then kids started shooting each other. I remember a girl had said there's a tsunami warning. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see what it says. The HP paper. All right, let's see. All right, okay, 2-day forecast, 7-day forecast. Okay, there's Lala. All right. What's going on here? Okay, damaging force winds, windfall, big it says later today and spread westward the rest of the weekend. Rainfall produced life-threatening flood, mudslides, and areas of steep terrain. Large, dangerous waves, Big Island the weekend. Heavy surf, localized. There's gonna be them surfers out there. $1 grand. America's best MACSG guys carries a silence Mark IV. Now legal in the U.S. Vietnam, because everything marks out. Hawaii, yeah, that's what it looks like, brother. DW. It's a girl storm. It always is. Can't hear it. All right, let's see. More information to go. Key messages we found. What? Last update Saturday. Saturday? What are they on the other side of the earth? It's still Friday. And it says tomorrow. Last update was tomorrow. Hey, Cornell, brother. Bam. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The problem with hurricanes is they never land where I would like. Right, yeah. SpongeBob ain't gonna have. No, he ain't gonna have a good time. Russell Paul. Mine's Carrie Thompson, 45 ACP and Gerber Blade Mark 8. Boys like the girl hurricanes. They make baby hurricanes. Haven't I saw a Red Rider? Yeah, the Red Riders, at least are smart enough, has never happened. You'll shoot your eye out. I booked a massage appointment for my girl today. I hope the hurricane tsunami doesn't ruin it. Are you in Hawaii, Papa Bear? I thought we had 80 BB guns too, a firearms house, so I was going to use it. Well, yes, him. Another streamer I thought recognized your name. I thought I recognized your name. He also carried Browning 30 cal. Okay, let's see. Okay, so when's it supposed to hit? It looks like it's hitting right. This is at 1:30. Oh, this is yesterday. Oh no, the 14th, 1:30 p.m. I don't know what the 20 hours ago, 2 hours ago. All right, let's see. Bam! Bam! Thank you, brother. Cornell. 77. That's the year I was born. No, Richard, I'm in Fort Lauderdale. Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah, shit, you better freaking call her up, brother. It's not really sound about the blades, more about that stuff. Pops 16 CKs with a Gerber. Hope Higgins put the 4 on most rounds, won't be happy. It's past Hawaii. Oh, it's by Hawaii right now. He's locked in. Cordell's locked in. All right, what are you doing to me here? What's going on here? Unlimited digital access. What is this crap? Freaking San Francisco Chronicle. Sora logs and latches roaring towards 14 miles general, expected to continue for the next couple of days. Core maximum stayed wins, but when's the impact supposed to? So tonight it's supposed to hit. If it continues along that line, it's supposed to hit by. I guess this is not Eastern Standard Time, obviously, so Pacific Time. So yeah, in a few hours. It'll be past it by 8 p.m. Take it. Thank you, Brother Cornell. Thank you. Good to meet you too, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate you coming through. I think you are the one and only in the neighborhood who knows viral cola. I think I am too, brother. I think I am too. People got to keep up when they're cricket. Sanford and Son wants you to pay on that newspaper. Yeah, freaking wackadoos. If you ever read that, as far as never heard of Higgins, Robin Masters. Never heard of Higgins, Robin Masters? Higgins? You're talking about freaking Magnum PI. Higgins. I'm Higgins. Higgins and Robin Masters are never seen at the same time. So an hour and 15 minutes. There you go. Damn, an hour and 15 minutes. What's up, Thakor? Today's Independence Day for you, brother. What up, Jet Puda? Welcome back, brother. It's minus 6 hours. Yeah, we're minus +4. -4. -4 is New York City. Eastern Standard Time. What time will Lala hit Hawaii? Not I will. What time? Oops, I can't spell twice. Nears Hawaii as of 2 hours ago. Yeah, well, I guess it's AI's down. Floods are crazy. Most people don't realize how probably a good idea for not it's a good idea for them to have a boat. Yeah, it's pretty, especially if you're in freaking Hawaii. Magnum was great. I binge watched them all, dude. When Napster or LimeWire was a thing, I downloaded all the Magnum PIs and all of the MacGyver episodes. I've actually worked on the new MacGyver. I probably still have my MacGyver shirt around here. Amped picture of the Magnum in the Magnum PI in the room. Why is there lava in my living room? CBS. Okay, hurricane warning. What's expected to land in Lala on the Big Island tonight? They could dump 25 inches of rain. That's a lot of rain. Forecast strength hurricane before it hits. It says tonight, August 14th. Yeah, so I guess it's on its way. All the footage from Thailand tsunami was insane. Yeah, we watched it. It was freaking rough. For living, and that's right now. TW Mad TV was too close to home. So what's the insight we have from yesterday's episode regarding glass blowing? It's going to be a couple of years, but I definitely want to get into glass blowing. Definitely, 100%. Praying for Hawaii. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be rough, brother. Thank you, TW. So the Jerry Springer Show, yeah, back when comedy was allowed to do that stuff, but now that they would cancel entire shows, I can understand when things get a little wackadoo, like when people start talking about violence and stuff. But when they're just talking about regular political stuff, like talking about the absurdities of woke 1.0. They can go inland. Those islands been there since the beginning. Been about Magnum PIs to the whole that girl swimming and looked down at her booty. Yep. Back in the days when that was probably a better way to say. Yeah, back in the good old days. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do here. Let's find something fun to watch here for the rest of the stream. California Bear beats the Heat in the backyard. Let's see. How to do all A-team as well until they start up the virtue signal in the third season and Boy George. I do not remember Boy George turning up in the freaking A-team. I do not remember. I mean, I never saw the third season. Dude, I used to watch that all the time. Back when I had freaking aerial TV, like I didn't have cable growing up. We would Poe. Yeah. And so you'd be able to get A-team, and they would be like repeats all the time. And I remember watching a bunch. I don't ever remember that. It's kind of beach culture, white culture was too stuff too. Boy George in the A-team must be the Mandela effect. That's what I'm thinking. It's now they're gonna have bots going around saying, "Hey, do you remember when Trump was in the freaking A-team?" And then people are gonna go binge watch the A-team and get their numbers back up to try to find Trump. Guys have Papa Bear watch the entire series. I got pornographic memory. This boo aren't Hawaiian Aboriginals living like sheep plywood cabins, or am I thinking of Caraco? No, the freaking the Hawaiians are living good. They basically run the tourist industry in Hawaii. Curacao, definitely. ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, they definitely live in plywood freaking cabins. Yeah. Boy George was never in the A-team in my timeline. Yeah, I was incorrectly booked at a bar. It was he was in it. He was incorrectly booked at a bar who had intended to book a singer called Cowboy George. Jeez. A lot of out there too. Probably everyone that says 100-foot antenna could get about 10 channels. Everybody got 3. Yeah, I had a kick-ass one that you could turn this knob on this box my dad made, and it would turn the entire antenna on the roof. It had a motor connected to it. I remember he stuck stickers on it to tell me what channel was where. Thor's Hammer. All right, where are we at? California Bear beats the Heat. Uh-oh. Tell him to get out of your pool, dude. Go out and kick him out of your pool, dude. For some reason, I've ever watched Three's Company a lot. I watched, yeah, it's one of the only things you had to watch on those channels. Most people had a good memory back then. We'd all watch TV all the time. Yeah, and back then they told us it would rot our brain. Maybe they were thinking about the future. Damn, dude. Mine's photographic. I could actually build things in my mind, though. That's freaking really good. Mine's not that close. I've got pretty freaking good memory. I get little blips. Like, it takes me a few seconds to recall sometimes. But I can remember schematics that I read, like, years ago. Like, I could see them without closing my eyes. Like, I could, like, have, like, a wet, it's, my imagination can pull things up, like, in... Boy, go George. Google Boy George A Team. All right, we'll look it up. We'll look it up. Boy George in the A Team. Boy George guest starred in the A Team, season 4, episode 16. Cowboy George on February 11th, 1986. Face, man. Face tries to book a country music act named Cowboy George for a local gig. He accidentally hires pop star Boy George Culture Club. He expecting a massive arena show to find a small venue. He's mad because he wanted country music, not pop. There you go. There you go. Over the smoke, Sam. I only did things over there as I was a kid. TV was important. TV wasn't that important. Yeah, we barely had anything to watch. We would only watch it at night for like 30 minutes to an hour after we did our homework. It's logical to take apart away together. Things come. It's stupid. They shouldn't have. Yeah, he's gonna slice up the bottom of that pole. 9/11 helped change that. Yep, I remember everything from when I was 5. I don't remember the last time I forgot something. Yeah. Pipe wrench turned the antenna. It was stuck in concrete, but it was movable. It was anchored to that spin though. Yeah. It had like a sleeve in the concrete that the pole spun in. So ours was actually masted on the edge of the side of our house and roof at the top, and there was a motor that would. We just have to have been under attack for a long time. No country could remain this unlucky. Absolutely 100% Mandela effect. I don't care what anybody says, but I watched Nick at Night shows thanks early my parents. There wasn't even Nick at Night when I was a kid that I can remember. I mean, maybe when I was in my teens. You remember that, Robert? I don't remember it. I can't remember it. I wish we were on freaking Rumble so we could watch some stuff without getting copyright strike. Let's see. One of these days, once I start streaming widescreen, I'm going to stream to multiple platforms. So it'll probably be after the 27th. I got to move into a new studio. Every meal my wife cooks me is memorable. Unfortunately, not for the right reasons. It sucks. Or she throws that. I did not grow up Nick at Night. I don't think I had it until I was like 15. Yeah, you're about the same age as me, right? I'm 49. I do remember. Oh yeah, you are the same. You were born in January also, weren't you? When were you born? Papa Bear was 77, wasn't it? Am I wrong about that, or am I forgetting? Currently in Nicaragua, being abused by shaman teen shorts. Be to be. Might as well enjoy it. No, you remember the scene from Tony Stark related his father's design. It was hidden in the map. I remember that. I don't think Nick at Night. Sorry, it's shortly after childhood came around. That's basically what my mind does. I can actually envision things over like what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I don't know why it is. I have a very powerful imagination. Like, and there, it's like I think it's half of people don't have an inner monologue. They can't hear their own voice to themselves. Like if you don't talk and you say things in your head, some people can't do that. They don't have an inner monologue. And I think people that are very shallow, like they're not very deep, like they don't have that. They don't have, it's called an inner monologue. Maybe Gumby. I remember Gumby. Yep, I remember Gumby. Basically, all measurements build one shot. Yeah, I'm pretty good with that too. Unless I'm talking when I'm doing it to other people, because I've worked in the work building sets and whatnot, movie industry a bunch. So we all had fat maxes, so we'd have the same measurements across the I can't remember the name of the freaking place we used to build it at. What we used to call that thing. The mill. Yeah, the mill. And yeah, like so I would measure something, be like like 7/16 or something, and I ended up cutting it 7/8 while I'm talking, labeling each play with part, whatever. 77 was the year I was on stage at Universal Studios with Lou Ferrigno. No way, Lou Ferrigno. Lou Ferrigno. Gummy was awesome. Pokey, yep, that was the horse. Let's see, what was I just missing? I forgot what I wanted to look up. Yeah, my short-term memory's going in my old age. Supposed to like actually hear your own voice. Oh yeah. It's supposed to be like you actually hear your own voice. Mine is silently thinking about it. Yeah. So if you can't hear yourself talking to yourself, it can you have a two-way conversation in your head? Can you be like, man, I shouldn't have done that? Yeah, you probably shouldn't, idiot. Kind of like the like not quite like that, but yeah, but you could hear your voice. Like I can hear myself sing. Can you sing in your head? Like, can you like hit different notes? Like if you want to go la 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 la. That's impressive. So skill prep basically most of the job. Yep. Yeah, I agree. So that's great on concrete bomb. Nothing slow motor. Yeah, mine masted too. We just made it so it could spin a concrete. Oh, gotcha. Winston Churchill, brother. Welcome back. Welcome back, brother. Cutting flashbacks. Cut back. So like on space. Measure twice, cut once. Yep, that's what I was told too. I took a bunch of measurements. Somebody tells me what it said. So I saw a station truck with hand built the measurements, pre-assemble. That's the way to do it. Okay, let's see. Inner monologue. Inner monologue. Okay, inner monologue is the silent expression of conscious thoughts in the form of the inner speech or words. Not everyone has one. Only a portion of people experience a regular internal narrator, while others process thoughts through abstract concepts, feelings, or visual imagery. Tapes are about a quarter inch of what I have to play. Materials are way more expensive than labor nowadays. Yep. I can't hear myself speak. It's more silently thinking for long times. You got it. Yeah, I do too. I got one. I think there's definitely a difference. Like once I learned that this was a thing and I didn't realize I give people more grace. It's like okay, maybe they don't have an inner monologue and they can't think things through. Because like if I'm just doing nothing, I can be like dissecting stuff, going through like previous stuff that I read and whatnot, and then like talk my way through it, like go through my reasoning and my rationale, which I think helps to get to dissect points better. Even the same brand. Since your inner monologue have exaggerated accent, my Irish and Jamaican inner monologue sounds ridiculous. I can make it sound. I mean, I can. Like yeah, it sounds like I'm talking, except it's not coming through my ears. I do have chickens. Yeah. I got 8 chickens. Yep, 8 hens. Yep, they bust out eggs every day. I bust out 8 eggs. About 6 to 8 eggs every day. Got to charge labor, create a steak and stand, look around. Actually, they've slowed down in the heat. So I usually get like about 6. Can't stop thinking. Yeah. I've always had a very, very, very bad problem with that. I remember me and my brother had bunk beds as kids, and I freaking would be talking, and he'd respond, I'd talk, he'd respond, I'd talk for like 5 minutes, and then wait for a response. He'd just be asleep, and I'd just be like laying there. And like I just kept thinking. It takes me 4 hours to fall asleep sometimes. Not anymore. I overthink it, but it's silent. Half the people that don't have an inner monologue also can't have an imagination. That's what I'm thinking, and I'm thinking like how like a lot of this woke stuff that went way too far. That's like it went too far because I'm just like. I think people only whatever they're taught when they're in school is as far as they go. Like when they leave school, they're not like educating themselves in their own heads. Like they're not working through it. They're not like they don't have like the devil and the angel saying like, well, that's kind of wackadoo and whatnot. And this is like I think that what we have was going on here. They can't visually things that aren't there. I just do the job, charge it for stare at it for 2 hours, and charge the rates about. I can't fathom not having an inner monologue, but it's a lonely existence. Yeah, I can't imagine it either. Yeah, that would be dishonest. That would be. They're paying for your skill, not your time, technically. So you could just leave. I lived in Denmark for 20 years. I have no Danish inner monologue. Oh man, I'm way far behind here. Stealing from another, stealing from myself is all I got. I agree. Yeah, I don't rip anybody off. I undercharge for everything. So when I work with my neighbors, I basically it's whatever. Like if I find out what the local fee is for a handyman for that job in this area, and then I'll usually knock off a third, whatever the lowest point is. Like it says between $100 and $400, I'll knock off a third. I'll be like, okay, $60. Saying you've gotten good only takes 30 minutes to do a job or so. Yeah, I agree. I don't like charging people. Like when I used to work as a plumber on the side to help my buddy out, lived right there, like I used to, not there anymore. Anyway, but yeah, we would go and show up, and somebody would like have like pencils stuck in their drain because they got like grandkids or whatever, and it would take us 3 minutes, and we would charge $400. And I'm like, I can't do that, dude. Charge them more, steal it, or wasting your time. Yeah, wasting time's a problem too. Takes about 10 to 20 minutes to set up my saw station, charge the station. I do the job, caulk for about 4 hours. Yeah, caulk takes a long time. I agree. I can listen to the music, listen to my head. Yeah. I think that's why I like music so much too. My own. You can't even listen to music when your own head doesn't have an inner monologue. Yeah, right. Imagine that. Yeah, imagine that. Okay, let's see what we can find here. Dang, honestly, novice, $1,500. They don't even have tools or ability. You can't even visually plan anything out. You have to write it down. Right. So if people think in concepts and some people think in words, imagine why people can't understand complex concepts. I think people with no inner monologue are the psychopaths, people with no shame or conscience. Maybe, but it's supposed to be like half. Like all the politicians, I want to know why when people sing, no matter where they're from, they sound American. I agree. So when I went to college for the semester I took voice chorus. It was a voice class. It was a singing class, but my teacher was a Mexican opera star in Mexico, and she made a bunch of money in pesos, and then moved to America to teach. And never mind. I can't remember where I was going with that. Oh, right. She sounded American and when she sang other stuff, but when she sang opera, she had a Mexican accent. Makes me think of the Trailer Park Boys who destroys his bathroom trying to install a towel hanger. I remember things out of the back and take the measurements, man. I remember the numbers. You can remember that, a lot of numbers, especially angles and whatnot when you're doing like run. And I can't imagine being blind. And having no inner monologue. What would you do? Right. Talk to yourself out of light. Yeah. I can't visually see the numbers. No. If they're written down on paper, I can see the paper with the number on it. But I can't imagine up a big floating 5 and a 2 or whatever. I always cut people deals, to be honest. Don't even charge labor hours. Or I can't do it either. So I did this job the other day, last week, 2 week and a half ago. I ripped out all the drywall and the carpeting. I put in new drywall, spackled, painted, and put floor and trim. And I charged $500. She was like, I can't do that. She was like, I was like, okay, 600. She was like, okay. She was thinking I was going to be like $2,000 or more, but she bought all the materials and everything. It was just my labor. Strange, basically, because of the projecting. It's like the parts. It's strange, but it's like I'm projecting on it. The part. Oh yeah, I can't do that. I can't like project it onto the part. I can see pictures, images, stuff, but I can't like I can't like see a dotted line if I just try to imagine a dotted line. Yeah, I just tried. It's actually good business to spread word of mouth there. No, yeah, that's why I'm able to do this, because when I left the movie industry, I went around to all my neighbors and said, anything you would pay anyone for, let me give you a quote. And then that's what I've been doing since January 2025. Can you educate the folks about synesthesia? I think it's irrelevant in a monologue. So synesthesia is like where you could smell colors, sense. Your senses are blended or can be replaced. So like you can smell colors is one of the big things that is when you basically have a an overlap of your senses where like colors will have a sound or a smell or whatnot. I prefer Jillian Reynolds or Lauren Sanchez. Okay. Lauren Sanchez. Synesthesia. Not anesthesia. It says a harmless condition where your brain mixes up senses. When one gets triggered, when one sense gets triggered, another sense happens at the same time. For example, hearing a sound might make you see a color. Reading a word might give you a taste. Involuntary, it's involuntary, consistent, and unique to each person. Yeah, your wires are crossed. Shit gets too loud to realize your brain. This is like a man. I guess I'm talking to myself. I'm making myself. I guess myself talking. I was conceived on shrooms. Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Yep, your wires are crossed. Your wires are crossed. Yeah, and if you remember frickin' back in the day, the OLS to the mother father D, synesthesia could be short-lived. But if it's an actual diagnosed problem, then it's something that's consistent. It's probably physiological, so it's probably something like I go back to vitamins. Like if you have a lot of low B12 and the nerve and the insulation on your nerves can't regrow properly, then nerves that are near each other like bundle. You ever like stare into the sun and start sneezing, or a bright light makes you sneeze? Well, the nerve, the vagus nerve that runs down your forehead past your nose, if the light can jump, the high voltage basically spike that can jump from your optic nerve onto your vagus nerve and trigger the nerves in your nose. So it's like you have like pepper in your nose or something without the pepper pain, but it makes you sneeze. Psilocybin is definitely to blame. Thor's hammer. Human brain is a conundrum wrapped up in an enigma of complexity, messenger RNA code, software, hardware, neurons, the movement towards the other neurons that are separate. It's pretty freaking crazy. Yes, Gabe, I have heard of it, Dixon, your butt. It probably is. Remember, all the thoughts come from your gut. Yep. So you have two noses, one on the front of your face, one inside of your nose that actually goes to your heart. So if you smell things that are like very vaporous and like puke and stuff like that, or something is very super acidic, you like something that can kill you often. You'll notice it quickly, and it'll cause a fight or flight response. I have a vascular forehead, and when I think hard, I zone out. Everyone starts talking to myself. What? I have a vascular forehead, and when I think hard, I zone everyone out. Gotcha. Start talking to myself. The more we learn about the brain, the more we learn. Right. Listen. Like if you learn, like when they tried to figure out what a thought is and why they tried to figure out where, like where math is. Like, why doesn't anybody ever have a seizure where they just do math? Why don't they ever have a seizure where they do other complex things? It's always muscular movements and whatnot. So where does thought actually come from? Why, if the brain was having a seizure, why wouldn't it be like a really spastic dream? Like where all kinds of memories and twisted, but like the lights shut off, and you have involuntary muscle movement and whatnot, but you don't have I just had a freaking calculus seizure. It doesn't happen. It's weird. So there's like these things that aren't in the brain, and people that have like people that have been born with like 90% of their brain gone and end up being like normal people. And I figure shit out. Yep, zone out and figure it out. So if I had a TI 99 4A. So if you have a table with 999 T's and 999 T's and 1 7, and you see 7 is the color, the 7 will jump out. You have to search for it. I'm not dumb. I don't think. I'm genius, probably. I can get by. I'm no genius, probably. I can get by. I'm in the scary range of intelligence. I'm building energy weapons from household appliances and components. Being a genius is not necessarily beneficial. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably up there. but I spent a lot of time learning it. No, it makes you make more mistakes as you see the outcomes, but it also means you recover from mistakes quickly. Right, that's the important part. Not the. I think one of the biggest issues we have is people are afraid to fail, and failure is a requirement for success. You've got to fail. You've got to fail. You got to fail. You got to fail. You got to fail. The fear of failure is so integral to most humans that this is why you have a very small amount of super successful people that are not afraid of failing. They don't get embarrassed by companies being destroyed or going bankrupt. They're like, I'm just gonna get more money. I just did something wrong. I know what I did wrong. I'm not gonna do it again. Yep. And that can something that can be taught. And I think it should be. The more intelligent you are, the more you realize you are really alone. I'm not really lonely. I can get tiny old, girlfriends and whatnot. Just like, boom, no problem. So it's like I'm at the age now where I'm eventually going to be starting a family within the next couple of years, but I got to find a girl to do that, and I'm not going to do that while I'm busy. I want to be on the path to where I want to be going financially and just in life, and then find someone on that path, not some chick at the bar on a dating app or whatever. I think that's just asinine. I think it's a bad waste of resources and freaking possible STDs and whatnot. I'm just not. It's not the risk reward ain't worth it. And a lot of the girls look just the same nowadays, especially like on dating apps. It's just like, yeah, same. I mean, but I've only ever been on one dating app. Barely above average. 115 maybe pretty good, but life is cursed. Life is cursed for all of us. My IQ was really close to this, but I told her that I scored the 99th percentile of a 1991 gifted program. The 99th percentile of the 99th percentile. That's up there pretty freaking high. Being stupid 2026 is easy. Job, pub, home, replete. Pure money and satisfaction, brother. They did not disclose to me. Well, my parents did not. They did not. Well, intelligence is nothing if you don't do anything with it. Agreed. If you have a gifted IQ but use it in a way that has to be funny or I get anxiety, it's a form of ADD. I do the same thing. I mean, but I usually think it is funny. Like I'm not just trying to be funny. I just think stuff's funny. With simulation theorem, I imagine us being organic microprocessors. Some people have a high clock speed RAM. Some people have the wrong drivers installed. Agreed. I was born gifted, but that's what makes you be gifted. And I've taught. I have to happen to father multiple master's degrees in mechanical, electrical, and structural and chemical engineering. I'm guessing. I mean, I'll take kindness over intelligence. Yeah, I mean, kindness is important, but the problem, there's a difference between nice and kind. Like there's definitely a difference between nice and kind. Engineering fields, yeah, okay, 4.0 graduate. Santa Cruz had a pass-fail requirement, 4.0 or nothing, no A-. Damn. Failure is not an option there, but in life, failure is a requirement. You have to try. You have to be willing to fail, or for most people, or you won't even try. Some people don't think they have the ability to fail, and those are usually the people that fail the most spectacularly, the most publicly. I love Santa Cruz. I used to have a Santa Cruz skateboard and Santa Cruz wheels. Yeah, failure. That's exactly right. I say the dotted line from starting to success. The thing that breaks up that dotted line is failures. Failure, continue. Failure, continue. Adjust, continue. I've never actually been to California. Yeah, whatever you do, don't fail to learn from your failures. Right? If you fail, don't fail to learn. That's the thing. Okay, where are we at? We got a guilty plea from Luigi Mangione. Bashar al-Assad sentenced to death in his Syrian war crimes case. Wonder if they're going to hang him or shoot him. Super Australian scene, flying kangaroo.
You know how whenever you've been overseas or you've had family that come back from overseas, they think that Australia... Big California kangaroos,
biggest snakes,
funnel webs, and they're everywhere, including in the suburbs. Well, that actually happened. Northern part of Melbourne, kangaroos bouncing around in the backyard, and somebody was smart enough not just to get the great still shot, which makes it look like it's an inflatable kangaroo, but no, it was a real one bouncing over the fence. Have a look at this. Just a bit of Super Australia to start us off this Thursday night.
Oh, he jumped off the top of the fence. I thought he cleared it. Jeez.
How good is that?
Nice.
I mean, obviously that backyard's got a little bit of landscaping to do, but what a wonderful Super Australian scene. Anyway, have a look at this. Just a bit of Super
If
Australia
you're going to be a nice
start us off
person,
this
you must live in
Thursday
an
night.
environment that's compatible with being nice. Agreed. Jeez, man, it's nice to call everybody. Right. So the problem with being nice in non-conducive environments is you'll be taken advantage of. Nice is seen as weak. Kind is what you do when you're willing to be nice, and knowing when to do that. Who to be kind to. Shit just probably always is pretty rocky for my soul. Yeah, listen, the 3 things that you do for your human body. 3, depending if you're religious or not. You pray or meditate, right? You talk to yourself or you talk to your God about anything to figure out what's going on, to get away from noise for a while. Eat and drink. You have to make sure you get everything your body needs in what you eat and what you drink. Like, yeah, that's how everything that your body is and made from is made from the stuff that you put into your body. The reason that you grew after you were born is because stuff was put into your mouth to make that happen. So if you don't continue that, if you don't make sure that you put the right stuff in food and drink in your body, you start to rot instead of aging properly. You start to rot. And then exercise. You have to mechanically work the toxins through your body, especially in fats and stuff that will be stores for toxins and stuff. That's probably my problem, humble giant. Nice, yeah. Well, I mean, as long as you know when to be nice, but that would make you more kind. First words out of my mouth is, I fucked it up, I'll fix it. Yep, I do that too, brother. Who's the fool? Yeah. If you screw it up, clean it. If you mess it up, clean it up. Absolutely. If you mess it up, clean it up. Of course, anybody anytime find out, but usually in the process of already fixing it, right? Yeah, that's a good thing too. Motivate yourself to fix the things you broke. Actually, explain to my bosses didn't waste any lumber to fuck it up, and I fixed it, right? I want to know what he landed on. Jeez, exactly. Nice has to be reciprocal. When I travel from Denmark, it takes me a while to acclimate to the selfish attitudes and a willingness for conflict. Yeah. And some people have no conflict resolution skills, none, 0. They just freak out until you go away. And I'm like, fine, I don't care. At what points usually become the fuck up of the group? The fuck up fixer. Nobody is actually kind is when you're kind. Nobody is actually kind when you are kind. You do it to feel better for yourself. So I would say that's more of nice. I'd say that's more the way you're acting. Kind is for yourself. So I mean, it wouldn't be considered selfish to help somebody out of a jam just so you feel better about it. The body does a rewarding thing for that. That's how you know what kind is. Like, nice is holding the door open for somebody. Kind is helping someone walk down the steps or across the street. You know, yes, you have a reward system in your body. Your body makes you feel good when you donate. When you spend money on some bullshit, it's just you spent money. When you donate money or you help somebody out, it makes you feel good. I'm from the very deep South. All I know is nice. I'm from Maryland, but I'm in Georgia. I try not to hurt anyone. I believe in Jesus the highest. I agree with you, brother. I'm right there with you. Redacted. What's the difference between Aussie and the Kiwi accent? I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. And around here, people ain't around here. If you ain't polite, people are armed. Doesn't matter what political party. What's up, Lucia? Lucia, how you doing? I like being a hero. I'm a massive adrenaline dump. Yeah, I like being a hero too. I like help. Yeah, I like helping people out, especially with the things that they don't understand they need help with. Like if I can see someone's path out of the situation they're in that they should know themselves, but just haven't figured it out yet. I'll try to help out that way and not make it obvious that I'm not like, dumbass, just do this, and that. Can some people get on 4 to 5 hours of stream coworkers that only for? Yeah, absolutely. Your body needs to repair itself. So it depends how bad you treat your body throughout the day of how much repair it needs. So it's rest and digest. That's what sleep is. Rest and digest. Yeah, you can get by on that. Einstein only slept 4 hours a day. Trump only sleeps 3 hours a night. Regardless of what you think of him, he's doing it. Isn't your opinion someone has never lived with a civilized society? Nice to get the niceness back. Yeah, well, that's also too. It's an investment in your surroundings. You have to be the change you want to see. So if people see you and think just because you're something that they're not, and they'll treat you bad for it. But if you show up with kindness or by being nice with niceness, you could say, hey, I'm not a threat. I just want everything to be kick ass. So why don't we be kick ass to each other? Being polite is a sign of civilized society. I agree. I lost my phone in my house for a good second. Think your stream is only on while I heard it. Surprisingly enough, it's a lot more common than you think. Yeah. And I think like you find people that are very productive in life tend to sleep less, but they also tend to treat their bodies better. Like the people that are really productive in life typically don't do a lot of drugs. They don't drink a lot of alcohol. You might see them online with alcohol or hitting a joint or whatever, but their work week is usually 16 hours a day, some unwinding, a little bit of sleep, getting up at frickin' 4 a.m. and going back at it again. A lot of but that's the thing. Some people are so exhausted. Often, if you sleep too long, like I said before about the 3 things, you need exercise. You're not getting any exercise when you're asleep. So if you sleep too long, it's really hard to get motivated for a lot of people. Sometimes you need that sleep. Your body will tell you you're going to sleep for 10 hours. But if you sleep 10 hours a night every night, it's going to at least from the people that I've talked to and about sleep for freaking 40 years, too much sleep is too long without exercise. So is being armed. And armed society is a polite and prosperous one. No problem, brother. Got to get 6. Hey, yeah, 3 hours a night, something I experienced. I used to sleep. There's like when I was working in the movie industry, I would have to be up by 4:30. I'd get home at 8. So doing the other stuff that I do around home, I'd go to bed around midnight and wake up about 4:30. So and I was working freaking 6-7 days a week for months and years. I mean, every 3 months, I might have a few days off between shows or whatever I was going to, but I'll literally risk my life to save people. I thought becoming a cop, to be honest, doesn't make much money. Does in America, doesn't especially now, dude. Cops are getting tons of overtime. Yeah, if you want to be a good person and a cop, definitely do that. Is that why we have a lot of school shootings in America? I don't know. Why? Because of what? Yeah, I mean, they probably just use bombs. Listen, I think the school shootings have a lot to do going back to health and mental health. Like, why is it that people feel so depressed and down? And the more they look into SSRIs and stuff, it causes homicidal behavior. And it may also be if the parents or the mother was on SSRIs before the baby was born, it can cause problems. I mean, the guns definitely have something to do with it, but I mean, there's a lot of shootings in America. There's school shootings, but there's a mass shooting every freaking week in Chicago. There's only a school shooting once every couple of years, how horrible they are. But the thing is, it needs to be put into context. The problem is people want to kill people. Why? It's not just because they have a gun and they want to use it. The gun's not the one making them want to kill. It has to do with 95% Adderall, really. That could definitely be a thing. It didn't make me violent. I do 4 hours a night and 12 hours on a weekend. Thank you. Who's a fail? Boom. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Outlaws make the best cops. I'm not a Jewish shiny wizard. I'm a Christian. You wackadoo. My life would be in severe danger probably because I make a good cop. You stop drinking again? There you go, brother. My granddad was a sheriff. Police pulled over a guy who was 75 in a school zone. I thought that's it. Shiny. Yeah, somebody get rid of him. Don't I got any freaking mods in here? I'm not Jewish, you freaking wackadoo bastard. I'm a skateboarder. I broke my nose a bunch of times skateboarding as a kid. What a wackadoo. All right, I'll take care of him. All right, gun. The man hit him with a cane. The police officer respond. Of course, Dad used some pressure points to subdue him, but no physical injury. Can't imagine 4 hours sleep after working out. Need at least 6. Hey, yeah, that's all right. Just call it a good deed. God asking us, nobody helps him. Correlation doesn't equal causation. That's true. The CIA, MK Ultra psychologists, kids psychotropics, not the uppers. Yeah. 42,500 gun deaths a year with over 1 million abortions. Yeah, 2025. Yeah, I agree. There's going to be a reckoning. I think all this huge money grab that happened in the pharmaceutical industry during COVID, they're going to be giving a lot of that back. I think you're going to see huge. Like if you look at the effect, the ratings, like the studies on how like the long-term studies only ever went up to a year. Most of them were 3 months before SSRIs like Prozac and stuff became available, and then a lot more became available. And there was no long-term studies over like a year. He's a wackadoo, and that's all points. I started drinking again. That's the number with suicides too. Yeah, bear. Sometimes it's not for a week or two. 47% of those inner city shooters have a massive drive-bys. Yeah, 30,000 suicides, 1,500 murders roughly annual. Most ghettos, including cops shootings. Yeah, most people don't commit suicide. They're just made to look like a possibility. Skateboarding accident made you look Jewish. Yeah. People come in and say that's what I'm doing. I'm not Jewish. They're like they think it's I got a big broken nose or a big nose. No, it's I broke this son of a bitch. It's not even straight. Yeah, but I get that, and it's weird. I get an interesting point of view. I get to see like why do people hate Jews so much, and like they say why, but like most of it when you look it up doesn't make any sense. It's a lot of just like propaganda and wackadoo, and I'm like I'm Jewish, I'm freaking more German than I'm Jewish. Roughly 1,500 murders with guns annually out of 350 million people. Yeah. We don't know, Lutz. Yeah, we don't know. That's supposed to everybody taking their guns away. Yeah. And the thing is it's not the legal guns doing the killings. It's not the legal guns, and that's something that's always missed out on. And with the urge to keep the border open, that means that the cartels have free access to the border too. So there will be people coming in with guns. It just makes it a less protected society. Yeah, it's the illegal guns that do the killing. COVID is definitely a scandemic. How to demand 10%, 10-year pardon, not committing any crimes. Yeah, right. I got Prozac when it came out of the 88. Gave me explosive diarrhea. Stop. You're probably blessed because you freaking got off of it quick. And what reality is alternative to big pharma? Little pharma? No. We understand enough with our genetic, the genome, coding the genome, and not encoding the genome, decoding the genome. We understand how the body works, and we understand what chemicals are required to do what in the body, and we know what this is what's so weird about vitamins not being talked about in medicine at all. People don't, like, doctors don't talk about it. If you go to the hospital for something, they'll get and it's an obvious deficiency, they'll figure that out by blood work, and then they'll give you something there. But just your average daily going to your doctor visit and stuff, they don't make sure that you're taking the vitamins, minerals, even whether it's by diet or not. They're like, well, we're not nutritionists. Yes, but you know that these are the most important things for people to have proper levels of, and you don't even test them. When they test your blood, they don't test for vitamin and mineral levels. They test for like cholesterol and freaking blood serum cholesterol and sugars and insulins and whatnot. And that's freaking that's not enough. They need to check, because the problem is a vitamin deficiency can cause a deficiency in anything else in the body. The insulin can be out of whack if you don't give your body the vitamins and minerals it needs to make insulin. So the thing that should be checked off the list is make sure you don't have any vitamin or mineral deficiencies. Chinese propaganda is a test. That's what I heard too. Yep. Giving weapons to Hamas, push the blame on Jews, but it's at 0.004% being shot in the United States. Pretty bad. Unless you're counting suicides, increasing races. Glenn Sharp, you Swiss? Yeah, check out Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program. That's our desk. That's what we eat. Yes, it's unbelievably important. It's unbelievably important. Like, and it's so easy. Listen, like I'm about to add potassium to my supplementation because when I was doing my breakdown, I thought that I was getting enough potassium from my diet, and I was off by a factor of 10. I thought it was 350 milligrams, and it's 3.4 grams. You're supposed to get 3.4 grams of potassium every day. That's 3.5 bananas every day. Just this day at like homeostasis or proper. What's thriving have at? What up, Raid, brother? I'm on, brother. I'm here, my brother. Viagra's not a vitamin, but vitamins are things the body requires to make compounds in the body, but cannot make on their own. They're the compounds that the body requires and cannot make, except for vitamin D, which the body can make. Sunlight, UV light hits the skin and can convert cholesterol into vitamin D3. So everything else you need for your body to thrive and survive, and most of the amounts that they tell you to get in your RDA are just enough to keep you out of obvious deficiency, to keep your bones from bending and whatnot, rickets, and to keep you from getting sores and stuff like scurvy. But you need more than that for the mental health. That's just to keep your freaking skeleton in shape and whatnot. That's right. Like and subscribe, everybody. Help a brother out. If you haven't hit the like button, double tap that screen. A good dose of cinnamon will give you the same effect as Viagra. Cinnamon causes your red blood cells to temporarily double their capacity for oxygen. I think I've heard that too before. I used to take a lot of cinnamon. I used to take cinnamon in capsules for blood sugar regulation. My neighbors on strict semen-only diet seems to be thriving. That's funny. There's only some studies increasing it to 1%. I had a calcium and D3 deficiency. It was also tested B12. Big Pharma supplied me with what? 7 to 8 bananas is okay. So there you go. I thought it was 900 milligrams per banana. So yeah, that's 3,400 milligrams is your daily requirement as a man for potassium. And where are you getting that from? You used to get it from your water. Before, when water came out of a well or out of a stream or a lake, it had dissolved minerals in it. But when you get it purified in a bottle or through a freaking pipe to your house, it doesn't have any of that. So like, and if you look at the deficiencies that can be caused from mineral deficiencies, it's crazy. And you start to see it in mass. Look at this. 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 Look at it. Look at this. 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 Look at it. I think there's food much more reasonable to get potassium. Bananas are kind of the go-to. Listen, that's where the most is. Like there's potatoes, but that's not that much. Yeah, and they're like bananas is the highest, is the thing that's got the most in it. Yeah, we don't have nutrients. Vital amino acids also which your DNA is composed of, right? And you'll get that. You'll typically get a lot of them just from a standard, even a shitty diet. You'll typically get a lot of the amino acids that the body needs, or proteins, meat, right? That's very required. And you think I'm potassium. What up, dope typo? Okay, so check it out. Check this out. Let me see. Potassium deficiency and let's just do this. Yeah, potassium deficiency and psychiatric issues. All right, potassium deficiency can directly impact brain function and trigger psychological or neurological symptoms. Low potassium alters the electrical chemistry of nerve cells, leading to anxiety, fatigue, confusion, depression, and extreme cases, delirium or psychosis. What are we seeing broad all across the United States, especially all across the internet? And that's just potassium. There's also sodium, magnesium, and then all of the vitamins and any other mineral, like the trace minerals. So it's like we're not getting anywhere near what the average person needs every day. And then we have all of these medical issues. And then, so how many people go to the doctor for fatigue, anxiety, depression? And the doctor doesn't test. And the same thing with B12. Vitamin B12 could cause these same issues. Low vitamin B12 deficiency causes the same things. So how does the doctor know that it's not a deficiency in a vitamin or mineral without testing your blood for it? Instead, they just get you on Adderall, get you on freaking SSRIs and stuff. And it's got to change. I stand corrected. Spinach or something a decent amount. Not very well. You can sustain yourself. The bird says me. Real minerals are not the fake minerals that they add, right? And that's and the ones that they add often can't absorb. They're just the shitty leftovers that they can buy bulk as like industrial leftovers. I have reverse osmosis, puts minerals back in the purified water as well. So do I, but it's not 3.5 grams per day. I had hypokalemia twice on coke. Oh, jeez. Couldn't even move straight. Water's a good example of that. Rhubarb isn't popular as it used to be because you have outside toilets. Family members spend an artesian well in the basement. They're all asked, yeah, the artesian well is where you would get it from. Yeah, purified. Right, and that's a big problem. Listen, we need dirty water. We need water that's got rocks in it. We need minerals. And this is where people used to get it, and we don't anymore. And so, like, you imagine, and then see all the insanity we're dealing with. And some of these people are vegans and vegetarians, so they're not getting B12, and they're not. And they're. If you go to the doctor, you'll just get on a pill that doesn't correct the deficiency. Because if they corrected the deficiency, you wouldn't need a refill. Vitamin deficiencies and neurological issues. Nutritional and mineral deficiencies can cause severe damage to the central and peripheral nervous system because nutrients act as building blocks for nerves, insulation, myelin sheath, and cofactors for brain metabolism. Key deficiencies linked to neurological B12, B1, E, and copper. Who's got their proper amount of copper for yesterday? Especially if you don't have copper piping in the house anymore. We don't need dirty water. Those contain bacteria. Yes, right. I was making a joke, but yes, right. We need water that's not pure, might have been a better way to say it. Pure water is not what we need. We don't just need H2O. We need the minerals, and we need them at an amount. I think this is why a lot of people are dehydrated or think that they're dehydrated. I think when you're drinking a lot of water, your body, if you're not dehydrated and you're thirsty, it's probably your body saying, I don't have the vitamins and minerals I need. I need more minerals. So I usually get it from water historically. And then so people down it. And they're still like, oh, I feel sluggish. And potassium deficiency is interesting because there's a thing that says it makes gravity feel like it's too strong. Like it's called the heavy limb syndrome, where your arms feel too heavy, like gravity's pulling you down. Like it's like ugh. And like if you're not pooping regularly, that's also a potassium deficiency. What up, Stevie? Going good, brother. Copper and silver in your water. I take silver also. I've got colloidal silver right here. Yeah. There's lots of big farms here. Pumps a lot of manure to the ground. Fun fact: everyone in this world has psychosis. Agreed. Silver and copper kill bacteria, viruses, or contact strips. Yes. So I originally got that for a sinus infection. So it works in like a day. Yeah, people had outside toilets. Rhubarb used to grow in their gardens, very healthy. At once a week from the poo. The dirty martini. Good luck with the copper toxicity. Yeah. Don't take too much. Absolutely not. But but there's toxicity with everything. Right. But the thing is, we know that you need it. So are you getting it? That's the important thing. Do you know that if you're getting it or not? And if you don't, dirty water, lots of germs, bacteria, give our immune system, bro. Right? That's too. Where do you get your where do you get that supplement, Rich? The same company I sent you before with that for the zinc. Same company, and it's cheap. You just get a big ass bag of freaking potassium bisglycinate. Now people die from sepsis from a paper cut, right? I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. Energy drinks are much cheaper. Bottles of water are poison people and cheap, right? And it's the wrong kind of stuff in energy drinks. The B12, the different form of B12 that they use cyanocobalamin in energy drinks. And so think about why people love that. You have all these people that are probably deficient in something, and they feel a little bit better when they take an energy drink that gives them a hit of B12. Say that the African kids are dying due to the dirty water. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's possible, but there's also a bunch of people that aren't dying from the dirty water, right? So it's more probable that it's that they're pooping and peeing in the water that they're also drinking out of. Energy drinks are not cheaper than water. No. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Cole says no. Cole says no. Okay, let's see. So let's do this here. I drink coffee. I can't handle an energy drink. Yeah, I don't do them either. I don't do them at all. Even your most expensive convenience stores can get a gallon for $4 of energy drink or water. Water's like $1 a gallon, maybe a little less. If you get refills, it's like $1 a gallon, I think, and that's crazy. All right, let's see. I drink one Monster a day. I heard he was, but like I heard. But I haven't seen an actual release. But I did see around the freaking X that somebody was saying that his staffers have went on leave or something. So like they're not anticipating his return. I didn't really look into it though. Okay. Potassium deficiency. Yeah. So yeah, Mitch McConnell. Yeah. I prefer tea as a drink, but I take a lot of supplements. So in my I take cocoa as a supplement. So it's a lot. So I don't want to put cocoa in tea. So it's better in coffee, and it makes the coffee taste like chocolate milk. So I add creatine, collagen, cocoa, and then coffee, and then sugar to just makes it taste a little less bitter. Some people like honey, yeah, coffee, yeah. Here, energy drink's much cheaper than water. Monster's 50 cents or ampere. I got a Ninja blender. Okay, look. So potassium deficiency happens when it drops below 3.4 millimole per liter. It's caused by diuretic medications, excessive vomiting, diarrhea, or poor diet. Okay, what's poor diet? Mild cases are tiredness, muscle cramps. Severe does get heart rhythm. Okay, cramps, spasms, aches, or general weakness. It's sure hard to get a turtle to come out of its shell. As if they ate. It picked up some creatine, coenzyme Q10, and some more magnesium. Yeah, creatine's super important for the body, especially for ATP and the cellular energy, adenosine triphosphate. So okay. All right, look at this. But potassium daily. Okay, 3,400 milligrams for men, 2,600 milligrams for women. Who's getting that much, and where are you getting it from? Okay, baked potato has about 1. White beans have a half a gram. Banana has, I thought banana had 900. Maybe I baked potato and banana backwards. My bad. My bad, Raid. That was me. I had it backwards. Medium banana. Okay. Sweet potato is about the same. Spinach about a gram. Or a whole avocado. If you eat a whole avocado, you're still freaking. You need like 7 avocados in a day. Nobody that I know is getting that. I ate a whole box of ice cream sandwiches. Yeah, I used to do that, dude. I used to love freaking ice cream sandwiches. What's the cause of the symptoms? Just right out. Low potassium. Yeah, just hammer that sugar at the point. That is how the Republicans get away with not supporting the SAVE Act with Mitch missing. Yeah, I think so too. What up, sir? Jacob, brother. Da, 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 da. Yeah, it's low potassium. And these are the foods that have potassium in it at a decent amount. But you have to eat 7 or 8 bananas a day. You have to eat four baked potatoes a day. And this is so if you're not, where are you getting the potassium from? Listen, when I found out that I did the math wrong about the 350 milligrams to 3.5 or 340 milligrams to 3.4 grams, I was pissed. So now I got some potassium on its way, and but that's absolutely crazy. So bottled spring water is often filtered, which is a problem. But spring water, yeah, should have dissolved solids in it. Those solids are going to be minerals, right? That's where people used to get their minerals from, Sarah Jacob. But when you filter water, you're filtering out those minerals. When you get bottled water, it's filtered. It's not. I mean, unless you get spring water. We'll look into that. Okay, that's it. That's it. Mineral content of spring water. Okay. So calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium. Still, potassium still only 10 milligrams per liter. So where are we getting the potassium from? So even if we were getting spring water, it's 10 milligrams per liter. So you would need 350 liters a day, which would flush you out. I make muffins and put bananas in them every morning. I like banana muffins, brother. Gotta get them Flintstone vitamins. Mineral blocks, bitter and salty as hell. Yeah. That's all I drink is spring water, but minerals are on point for the blood test. So that's good. That's what you want. You want to be able to get blood tests to make sure that's where we're at. But the thing is, like, if you're not pooping at least once a day, more often 2 or 3 times, that can be from low potassium. Like, and like if you have exhaustion, if your arms and legs, if like gravity feels too strong, if you get tired relatively quick, that can be low potassium. It can be low a lot of things. But the thing is to see how the amount of potassium that you're supposed to get per day and how I don't get anywhere close. Let's see something here. Creatine and potassium. Not 18. Creatine draws water into your muscles via osmosis, which can subtly shift extracellular fluid and intercellular levels, including potassium. While creatine and potassium serve different roles, creatine for cellular energy and potassium for fluid balance and nerve function, they interact through cellular hydration dynamics. Creatine pulls water inside, probably water that contains potassium. The body's potassium sodium pumps. So here's the thing. The cells have potassium sodium pumps. So if you don't have enough potassium, what's not going right? All of my patients poop thrice a day. Yeah, sure they don't. I'm sure they don't. Like people have not had Ninja smoothie machines back in the day. They're never supposed to be gluttons on high potassium rich foods. Lack of dietary fiber and insufficient daily water intake can also cause you to have not pooping too, Richard. No, absolutely. I'm just adding them together, like to say if you've got especially these multiple. But the biggest thing is that you're not getting any of that. And if somebody says, "Hey, I only poop every 3 days," then that absolutely it could add together to say maybe I should look at my potassium intake. Yeah. You got it. Yeah. Right. So I think I really think that the reason we're so medicated as a society is that this is not considered medicine. The stuff that I think that by the time you get to a doctor, if it's not on purpose, by the time you get to a doctor, the doctor would think to themselves, well, they've already made sure they got 100% of their daily vitamins and minerals. So they got all that, and now they're coming to me. So they just figure, okay, yeah, they know they got 100% of their vitamin A yesterday and the day before and the day before and the B vitamins and C, D, E. And they just expect that. So then they don't test for it. Why would they? Because you know you're getting it all. But no one is. No one is. I mean, statistically. So how many people are just deficient in one of these very, very many vitamins, minerals, and then end up with a psychological issue or a physical issue? The body doesn't have what it needs to repair itself. I think this is freaking, and this is part of what I want to change. Ultimately, when I filters and binders and anhydrous lactose, microcystin, SARS, silicon dioxide for in what? What's that? What's in that? What's that in? I wouldn't take anything like that. No, I don't take nothing like that. Hypermellose, polyethylene glycol. Polyethylene glycol is rough for you too. Polyethylene oxide, povidone. That's a B vitamin. Titanium dioxide, various iron oxides, colorants. Rust. Polyethylene glycol causes gender dysphoria. I wouldn't be surprised. The PEG 400. Oxycodone hydrochloride. I think a lot more people masturbate these days are missing out lower abdominal exercise for pelvic thrust. Maybe, right? Yeah, maybe. They're not using as much energy per orgasm. Pineapple Express. I'm gonna go poop right now. Day tripper's taking a poop. Wouldn't be impossible to buy pills for every vitamins. I'm looking to buy vitamins. My dad always does, like fish oil, magnesium. So dope, brother. Look, so I've got a website, 110thgrade.com. And if you're in America, the ones that I take, I have here on my website. So yeah, you got a hat. Get you a hat while you're at it. Get you a hat or get you a wackadoo shirt. But down here, so this is what I use, and these are very absorbable. Because the problem is with vitamins and minerals, like the bullshit ones, are sometimes ones that can't absorb. So they're like the oxide versions of whatnot, and when you eat them, yeah, it's got 400 milligrams of whatever, but you just poop it out. So it doesn't end up in your system. So you need to make sure they're bioavailable, or else they're just selling you a chemical that you're going to turn into poop. So it's got to end up in your body. So vitamin K2, methylfolate, and then B12 and D3 these are the four most important things, vitamins that you got to make sure, absolutely, that you got to make sure you have. So these here only have 3 ingredients in them. It's a milk powder and acacia gum, which is just needed to make a pill, and then the actual vitamin B12. And it's a form of the vitamin that the body uses, not the one that they put in energy drinks and stuff that gives you a little spike in freaking. But yeah, that's where you can look if you want to see at least what I take, and I'll update it tomorrow. I'll update it tomorrow with my potassium link. Oh, good. I didn't know about that either. So baked potatoes, sweet potatoes are better sources. Yeah. I had it backwards. Turbo cats will go to your hardware store, see propylene glycol, the same, and then it sucks. Yeah, it's antifreeze. Yeah, antifreeze. Also, primary ingredient, vape fluid. Yes. People have no idea what they're doing to themselves. Propylene glycol. You know what you have to poop right now. You guys hold hands, sit side by side. Propylene glycol poisoning. Peru. Look at the water poisoning symptoms. Yeah, water poisoning, water intoxication's bad. Water contaminate with the microplastics from your piss. No, not wackadoo. No problem, brother. No problem. I'm here to help, my friend. There's no filtration system for pharmaceuticals or water supply. Now, listen, and if you're drinking from that water supply, do you know that women that have been on hormonal birth control since the 60s, when they pee into the toilet, that water that gets turned back into the water that we drink, you can still measure the freaking birth control, the estrogen like hormones in. So we are gonna do. What up, bloodthirsty? I want to hold hands, day tripper. Look, I said, I said propylene glycol poisoning. Help is available. Propylene glycol has very low toxicity. Okay, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration considers daily oral intake of 23 milligrams per kilogram of body weight safe. Severe toxicity is rare at high doses of liquid medicines containing or given fast intravenously swallowed in massive amounts. Safe daily amounts. That's unbelievable. Yeah, this is the big problem right here. Lactinosis. There you go. You guys got it. Ethylene glycol. Artificial imbecile go haywire. Yeah, you're not going to get it here on Google. You're not going to get it here on Google. You'll have to go into because they don't want to counteract the amount of companies and industry that put propylene glycol in everything. If they started talking about toxicity open like that, then the government would have to say marijuana loco. Let's all hold hands. Let's all hold hands. Okay, let's see. All right. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Yeah, it says oral exposure of propylene glycol is unlikely to cause bad effects. Okay, glossary background. Okay. Okay, those levels of exposure, morbidity and mortality, it's considered less serious. I have to say that I believe PEG is safer than smoking because of the amount of carcinogens. Alfred E. Newman. Inhalation exposure. But look. 1947, 1978, and 1989 was the last time they did an inhalation exposure study on propylene glycol. No studies were located regarding respiratory, cardiovascular, gastrointestinal, hematological, musculoskeletal, hepatic, renal, endocrine, dermal, body weight humans. That's so crazy. No studies were done. What's up, Richard? Do you bleach your anus? Gorgeous. I do not. But I knew a girl at the bar I used to go to up the street that wanted me to use Crest strips. That's usually put on teeth. I learned about. Oh, he was pretty. All right. She was like, "Hey, do you know that?" Okay, we won't get into it. All right, that's fine. It's always 11 o'clock. Yeah, boy. Where am I at here? Okay, there we go. All right, that's it. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. Okay, let's see. He's done. The writing's on the wall. Free air conditioned. Boy catches piranha in Pennsylvania lake. No way.
When 8-year-old Seamus Coffey started reeling in his catch on Saturday morning during one of his regular fishing trips with his dad at Ridley Park Lake, he knew he'd hooked something big.
I'm reeling it in, and I think there's a bass. I was like, slow down, dude. You might lose it. This looks like something we haven't caught before.
But he and Dad Michael never expected this to be on the other end of the line.
I was like, oh, it's like a bluegill. I don't know what this is. And he said, it's a piranha.
How'd you know it was a piranha?
Because I watch YouTube.
Our biologists have confirmed
YouTube.
That this is some species of piranha.
While the surprise catch gave
Bring back China White. What up, T-shirt? Might be. That's yeah. Well, we'll see.
Father-son fishing duo, one heck of a story. Mike Parker with the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission says how the piranha ended up there to begin with is evidence of a larger issue.
I think a lot of times people they have a dream. I want to own an exotic fish or a snake or an alligator, and it's cute when it's small, but maybe they can't afford that or house it anymore, and they decide maybe this is someone else's problem.
Parker says the tropical fish, native to South America, wouldn't have survived in Pennsylvania waters for very long.
So we ended up getting rid of it humanely.
That was the right move, according to Parker. It was dangerous to the public and could have been disruptive to the ecosystem.
Even if the law says that you're allowed to own an exotic pet, whether that be a fish or a reptile, you're not allowed to introduce that species into the wilds of Pennsylvania. So that is unlawful. You can be fined, prosecuted.
As for our fearless fisherman, Seamus, he says he wasn't scared of the razor-toothed predator at all, and his #1 hobby remains unchanged.
Maybe you could remove it with acetone. Oh no. That's bioterrorism.
We've had some crazy fishing experiences, but that's definitely #1.
There you go. There you go. He got him a freaking piranha. How did you know it was a piranha? I watch YouTube. Okay, let's see. Oh, here you go.
Was anything ever said about how long you'd be on them for or what the exit plan was?
No warning. When I asked about tapering or an exit plan, I just got blank stares.
What was going on in your life when you were first put on these medications?
I had just come home from a really dangerous assignment. I used to do industrial construction worldwide. I came home. I had an injury that required surgery, and I didn't sleep for 40 days.
And what medications were you on, and for how long?
They put me on benzodiazepines, Xanax in particular, Seroquel to help with sleep, and Prozicin, and I was on those for about 10
years. What's ethylene oxide? What's ethylene oxide receptor? Ethylene oxide is inflammable. Oh,
I was told that it would eliminate my anxiety attacks, that it would help me get sleep, that it would just improve my overall quality of life.
And was anything ever said about how long you'd be on them for or what the exit plan was?
No warning. When I asked...
Damn. Yeah, this dude, he's the taper clinic guy, that doctor, I don't know his name. But yeah, dude, he's there's people there with some horror stories. Prozacin's a beta blocker, blocks adrenaline receptor. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Feels good to be on a parasitic. Yeah. Does it ever end? Yes, certified. What up, Mr. George? No good operator. I want a benzo script, bad anxiety, just what I really need them. Listen, if you have stuff like that, there's stuff like GABA, G-A-B-A, that works really well. It's the same thing that basically that the benzos make a wackadoo way to the GABA receptors in the brain. You can get GABA, and when you need it, take it. I got it. This is GABA and magnesium glycinate. And I tell you what, it'll chill you out. It'll chill you out. Done pooping? Good. You definitely don't want any benzoates. No, you don't want benzoates or benzodiazepines. Either one. All right, what was I looking up here? They put in benzodiazepam. Yeah, diazepam is Valium, I believe. And a few months ago, was bouncing off the walls. Bouncing off the walls. They haven't convinced it exists. Yeah, it's really bad. But so it works on. It's GABAergic, and the GABA, GABA. Here you go. This is my go-to freaking. Like, I don't really need it very often. I mean, once a month, maybe. GABA, Aminobutyric acid, GABA, is the primary inhibitory neurotransmitter in the human central nervous system. It acts like the brain's natural calming agent by reducing neural excitability and slowing down nerve firing, which helps control stress, fear, and anxiety. So why would this not be tried before going to freaking Xanax? I just don't get it anymore, because I do get it. It's a carcinogen, GABAergic. Just can't use them. Gotta use it. Yes, but the problem is they'll lower your inhibitions. They'll slowly, like one day, once a week turns into twice a week, and then that's the problem. No, not gabapentin. It's just GABA, GABA. GABA is the actual freaking neurotransmitter that your body makes to calm itself down. And if you have going back to the deficiency things again, if you don't have the proper amounts of vitamins and minerals that you need for your body to make GABA, then your body's not going to make it. You wonder why we have so stressed out people if you don't have enough freaking potassium. Let's see if we can find something here. Let me get through it here. Screw it. Big retailers implemented dynamic pricing. Yeah, that's freaking crazy. Phenobutt. Benzos are absolutely horrible for you. Yeah, gabapentin's wackadoo too. But gabapentin is different than GABA. And I think they named it that for a reason. Yeah, GABA is good stuff. I highly recommend you looking into it, especially if you were thinking about Xanax or something like that. Or potent margarine. That works too. Russian astronauts used to make phenobutt. Yeah, gabapentin's not edibles, not oil, not dabs. Flour, right? Because you want all of the compounds that are in the flour, not just freaking extracted like people do. Stevie, what was I looking up? I already forgot what I was talking about. And there's a night mail, retailer. Probably yeah. Oh, right. Let's see. Vitamin D, definitely. Let's see. Okay, so you need B6. B6 directly impairs the body's ability to synthesize GABA because the enzyme responsible for converting glutamate to GABA requires an active form of B6. So you want to actually get an active form of B6. Low levels can lead to reduce GABA. So this goes back to my point earlier. If you're low in a B vitamin like 6, and you're anxious all the time, and you go to the doctor and they put you on Xanax without checking to see if you're low in B6. This is the stuff that pisses me off. And you need D3 with B6 also. Vitamin D alters the brain. D deficiency alters the brain chemistry by disrupting the balance between glutamate and GABA. So you need it. So you need B6 to make GABA, and you need D3. So any of these deficiencies can whack out how you feel. And so I cannot believe, and we have to change our medical system to make sure that these deficiencies are taken care of before anybody's given any pharmaceuticals. Phenobutt, stevia, butane. Ugh. I was giving pet all in the ambulance last year. It was fantastic. Drive around me, put my hands down. His trousers are rubbing. What? What? If he'd told you to do it. What up, yuppie brother? Doofa, you take it. That's a different. It's that the gabapentin's completely different than GABA. Gabapentin's a pharmaceutical. GABA, gamma aminobutyric acid, is an actual neurotransmitter that the body produces. Full spectrum, baby. Stop consuming poisons. You won't need much damn healthcare. I agree. Also, but what does the poisons do? The poisons and the wackadoo shit in the food makes it so your body doesn't absorb the vitamins and minerals properly from your diet. That's it. It's all leads back to does the body ultimately get what it needs to take care of the poisons and to take care of you? And that's got to be number one. That's got to be what's got to change. It's got to change. I really think we can get the free healthcare if we get that number of people that need it way down. Plant medicine. No, the number one thing, you've got to get at least 100% of what you need, the vitamins and minerals. Yeah, it's I think it's considered a nerve blocker. Yeah. Gabapentin. Prescription for treat partial seizures and nerve pain from shingles. But what is shingles? Works by calming overactive nerve signals in the brain. Common side effects. So this is why I think they name it gabapentin. Because so people confuse GABA for gabapentin. Get the numbers down. How else do they make money? Right. Gabapentin is not good. Yes, it's not. It's not. It'll cause a lot. It could cause a lot of issues. And it makes you real sluggish. The people that took the boosters are going to lifelong customer. Yeah, that shit sounds really bad now, brother. It sounds really bad. I can't believe. No. Okay, let's see. All right, where were we? Including the ability to nanomolecular biosciences. Yeah, I heard that too. But I think the best thing is to do. I know. Not geranium. Oxide. Something oxide. G oxide. Graphene oxide. A raven lunatic. What? What is that? That's a candy stretcher. I didn't hear it. Doctors. Oh, they're making candy. I thought they were making. The problem is things like gabapentin or any other blockers. The prescription does not take into account the particular person's efficiency to convert it. But not just that. It's what is the like with SSRIs. They're saying that it's that you don't have enough serotonin. So we're going to use more of the serotonin you have. But why don't they try to boost your serotonin first? Maybe the reason you don't have much serotonin or dopamine or norepinephrine is because you don't have the vitamins and minerals at the proper levels to make it, to synthesize it. SARS-CoV-2 was not a virus, what I suppose, composed of artificially constructed graphene oxides. It was a shuttle delivery system to yourselves. To your cells. Your cells. What the hell are they doing? What is this? A lot of BS here. Read the document yourself. I got diabetes watching this video. This is Turkey. They're making noodles, it looks like. wait till healthcare goes full AI. Machines gonna tell you what's wrong. The problem is, like I said, they have to. If it goes that way, it's important that we change to make sure that the vitamins and mineral levels are checked during this, because they're just going to check for things that they can prescribe you. They're going to use AI to make it more efficient to get you prescriptions, not to make you better. Include the sensors that are measured the output of work needs to be based on it. It looks like, that's what it looks like. It looks like ramen, but in the beginning, it looked like they were stretching toffee. But it doesn't say. It's halva, H-A-V-L-A, halva bending machine. Let's look at what halva is. Halva has a broad work of it. Heel halva, H-A-L-V-A. Oh, yeah, it is a cake of some sort. A dense, sweet confection in the Middle East, South Asia, North Asia, and the Balkans. Sesame-based, made from tahini. That's what it was. All right. Gone. Gone. She died for that. All right, let's see. That machine looks like I'd give it a good inner thigh massage. You gotta figure something out. All right, let's see. Okay, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Nature's oven. Why Japanese omelets are so expensive. Syringe French toast. Ancient relief for the soul. Robot dogs patrol Atlanta complex. Oh, what you doing here? Okay, so I make sure there's no copyrighted music in it.
Robotic dogs are now patrolling an Atlanta apartment
Robotic
complex. I know Danny hates this. Taking on a job
That looks
usually
creepy.
done by human security guards. But all I'm saying is, if the goal is to keep people from breaking in, like, I'm not going. That thing scares me. They use cameras and remote operators to monitor the property, communicate with residents, can you imagine, and alert staff or police when needed. So I'm thinking back to when Claire tried to break into her own car because she locked everything in at 3 a.m. to come and work. This thing would have been coming after you, Claire.
Yeah, I feel like, okay.
I'm surprised it doesn't have a
applaud
tail.
Whoever invented this, but I feel like the thing I would be scared of is that. Even though it's supposed to be protecting me from other things, I think that thing is scary.
What happens when it turns on you?
At least it doesn't have a
That's what I've
mouth.
been talking about this whole time. People are not listening.
It's probably got freaking laser beams. Laser beams. All right, where are we at? How the chicken dare you? California bear. We already saw that. All right, we already saw that. It's giving me the same freaking feed. Come on. Congo Ebola outbreak on track to be the deadliest in history. Buckwheat tofu. What's the $3 billion machine under New York? Let's find out. I've seen people use actual
so
robots.
here we go. Ideas for another
so
video.
that's actually, but they've been doing that for years. Like when I was probably 13, they had a little remote control robot that, like a digital voice that would play songs that had to do with your name. This is when I was a kid. Like I remember, because my dad's name is Lou, and when like the robot would, like they had somebody that was like driving the robot thing around. It looked kind of like the one from Doctor Who, and it like drove around, and then like he was like, hey, what's your name? I'm like, Richard. He's like, hi, Richard. And he's like, what's your name? Lou. And he's like, Lou, I know Lou, Louie. And then it started playing Louie. Started playing the music, so it picked it up real quick and knew to play that song. And this was 30 freaking years ago. God bless, gang. Like, share, and subscribe.
On a big New
What's
York
up, John,
project.
brother?
Let's see what we've got. Penn Station rebuild. Yep, that's on the right track. JFK's multi-billion-dollar upgrade. Yeah, I can see that one really taking off.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that? Oh, must be in the wrong folder. Ignore that. Next up, a new skyscraper. Yeah, love a New York skyscraper. Oh, hang on a minute. There it is again. Is that Long Island? Okay, I'm curious now. What is that thing?
Well, I was going to ask you
Particle
guys to guess,
accelerator in
but
New York.
unless you're a nuclear physicist, then you probably won't know, because this right here is a particle accelerator.
Got it.
In New York, and it's been there for more than a quarter of a century.
I didn't know
Right
that.
on the doorstep of the world's most famous city. But not anymore, because this spectacular contraption is now being shut down and replaced with something even crazier. It's not often that a science megaproject creates an international media storm, but that's exactly what happened in 2008 when the completion of the Large Hadron Collider saw news trucks from all over the world descend on Geneva for the official
Oak Ridge is in California.
switch on. Everyone was fascinated by the idea of smashing subatomic particles together in a massive underground ring to simulate what happened at the dawn of our universe.
And I mean, who didn't find that interesting at the time? Especially because of some of the more colourful theories that were going around.
It could recreate the Big Bang and we'd all get sucked into this black hole.
It is possible, although extremely unlikely that CERN could create mini black holes.
There you go.
Which is the worst type of black
Yeah, Tennessee.
hole, because we'll all get
Not
drawn
much of a kick to the
slowly
lately,
towards
but legs and
Switzerland.
Okay. So had a real bad infection, but it shows me up. So legs feeling real heavy. Did you see? I guess you came in late. But a very interesting thing about potassium deficiency is limbs feeling heavier than normal. Large Hadron Collider got abandoned after it lost funding and CERN. So we lost Europe. I didn't know it was New York. I didn't know it was New York either. What up, Yogi? We're gonna have to release your duties as chief science officer. Sorry, brother. I'm working on it.
But none of that should have been a concern, because scientists in America were already conducting similar experiments and
You know
had been
we were.
for years, just on a much smaller scale.
Right. There's
we're
no way we weren't gonna have one before somewhere else in the rest of the world.
aware, no one got imploded, vaporized, or teleported to another dimension. Or maybe that's what they wanted us to think.
Anyway, it's called the Relativistic Heavy Ion Collider, or
never heard of it.
RHIC,
I've never heard of it.
and it began operation in 2000 at the Brookhaven National Laboratory. It's one of 17 federally funded.
Well, there you go. That's what caused 9/11. Yeah. Like I probably got some of the things still pulled up here. Yeah, there you go. Potassium daily. You're supposed to get 3.4 grams of potassium a day, and most people don't. I sure the hell don't. As a baked potato has 930 milligrams, so you'd need at least like 4 baked potatoes, 4 or 5 sweet potatoes. You'd need freaking 8 bananas a day, every day. Do you know a Scottish man that spoke last in that last clip? He's Frankie Boyle. Funny guy. I eat a banana in the morning, but it's not with the blood sugar spike. Right. It's not. It's especially if you drink them. If CERN is making portals, then what do the pyramids do? They're antennas to aim the portals. I think they're geolocation points from space. When the Earth needs to be recharged, it can like lock into the
machines are going to
super portals. Super portals. Uh-oh. Is it? What'd I do? No. That's it.
Research institutions that operate under the US Department of Energy spread across the country. Again, it involved colliding particles together in a huge ring-shaped tunnel at almost light speed. You can clearly see that ring-shaped tunnel when you look down from above. Like the Large Hadron Collider, its purpose was to effectively recreate the conditions that occurred right after the Big Bang almost 14 billion years ago. It did this by firing two beams of ions in opposite directions around the 3.8 kilometer ring and smashing them together using over 1,000 superconducting magnets. These ions would typically be uranium nuclei or something similar, even gold, and the machine would have them collide together in one of two spots. We're referring to the gigantic detectors named STAR and Sphenix, where all the data is collected.
Sphenix?
When the ions
Sphenix?
hit each other, they reached temperatures that were around 2.
You need potassium. You need potassium. So if you're not getting it from your diet, then you would need to supplement with it. Yeah, so I'm starting supplementation tomorrow. It should be here tomorrow. Everything alters the flow. That's right. I'm gonna get much potassium. I'm gonna be big as a brick shit house. I don't know. Not a green one. You definitely want them more ripe. Because they got to develop their vitamin and mineral profile. You mean a plantain? There you go. That's a green banana. But it's not a banana. But yeah.
250,000 times higher than the core of our sun. That's about 4 trillion degrees Celsius. It caused them to effectively melt, releasing the tiny building blocks that form protons and neutrons, as well as the glue-like substance that binds them together.
Gluons.
They're known as quarks and gluons.
What a relativistic heavy ion collider, or we call RIC, was trying to understand what was the state of matter just before the quarks and gluons started forming those protons and neutrons. So what was the state of the universe when these quarks and gluons were free to roam around in the available space of the universe?
Some pretty heavy stuff, I'm sure you'd agree. The reason they often use gold, which might seem unnecessarily expensive at first, is because it's actually one of the heaviest common elements. It means it's packed with protons and neutrons, which increases the chance of a collision, one that would create a quark-gluon plasma.
It's another name for the type of matter that existed at the time period Abbe was referring to. Somewhere between 1/1,000,000th and 1/1,000,000,000th of a second after the Big Bang.
Yeah. That form of matter, where quarks and gluons are free to move around, was something that we had never seen before Rick came along. So the questions for Rick
I came along.
What is that form of matter?
I can't think of anything funny.
What are its properties?
So
So that's what Rick was doing.
Once the universe expanded and
What up,
cooled,
Jim?
this plasma transformed to
potassium
become
stays in the cells.
the
You gotta eat your
ordinary
enemies.
visible matter that makes up pretty much everything we know today.
Now imagine all of that's happening inside a tunnel where particles collide at extreme temperatures, covered with a radiation shield made of sand and earth. It's the kind of place where things have to be done really carefully, and even the process of tunneling itself can be incredibly hazardous. With all the fast-paced drilling and grinding, as well as the atmosphere inside, exposure to dust, like silica, is very common. Being able to monitor dust
Silicosis,
exposure in real
without
time
non-zero.
and introduce
Without
control
zero,
measures
nothing can be
would certainly
accurately
make
measured.
me feel
But I
better
think
about
zero and all
working in
of
a
them should be
tunnel.
science
I've
over.
been in many of
Yeah. There's always a tolerance, a non-zero tolerance to zero. They believe that because they're dumb. Do you know how much energy a black hole takes to form? Like freaking six. It's only in my country. Technically, black holes can be small, very so. Yeah. There could be one in this room. They could be popping up and vaporizing. We got no idea. And you know, especially if there was like a gluon interaction. Rich, you have done any coverage in the stream about how potassium, potash, and how it used to be synthesized back in the day. So it's still done that way. So potash, right? What was left over when burning wood is where you get. You can actually take potash and potash, water, You have to get that together. Then you have to dry it and heat it. You can extract metallic potassium, but it's very small amounts. But yeah, but that used to be more of a part of daily life too. But yeah, I can't see how we're getting 3.4 grams of potassium a day, like every day. So you've got to be insufficient most days. And then when you see the need for healthcare, and just with one mineral, potassium, that how many people, unless you're obese, you're not getting that much potassium a day. I mean, if you were going to eat 8 bananas a day, every day, for all the years, yeah, people aren't doing that. I think black holes tap into particles from a subspace. Well, it's definitely, there could be trillions of black holes in the cells and atoms that make up a person's head. You got no, right? We got no, it's all theoretic. It's all probabilistic. Big shout out to the Chinese for 0. Freak out 10.
Of them in all different countries around the world, and I know just how dusty those places can be. That's where Trollex's Air X range can help. The Air XD dust monitor calculates the levels of dust in the air and the size of the particles.
This dude's selling a particle accelerator dust detector. Black holes the size its taste don't have to remain for long. Yeah, they can come in and vaporize out. They can be happening all around us every moment. We have no idea. They would be on such small levels that the amount of energy would be imperceivable to us. Chimps can eat double-digit bananas. Yeah, man, you're like the 5th person to talk about taking dumps today. Just in the last hour.
Alerting workers if limits have been reached. The
they'll vaporize
AirXS, meanwhile, can distinguish respirable crystalline silica
right.
from
So you should. This is the thing. One of the two. I keep saying most important, but sodium potassium pumps are required to get things across the cell walls, and the ratios of that. And the thing is, with people dying from high sodium, it could also be from low potassium, just that ratio being out of order. But the body, the kidneys, you eat a lot of potassium and the kidneys filter out, you pee out. That's why you have a lot of potassium in your pee. So like if those things get out of whack, then you start to have illness. And this is the thing. These should be the first things that are checked. But the thing is, if you go without potassium or too much sodium or whatever for too long, then you get bad. And then they start looking into it. Oh, how can we give you some pills that will lower your sodium so you'll keep spending the same amount at McDonald's? Because we got to worry about the economy. A lot of industries need to test that kind of stuff constantly. Yeah, they need to. The base of civilization.
Total dust loads. All of Trollex's freestanding transportable monitors feature a stainless steel casing with an IP66 rated enclosure, which protects the housing from water, environmental contaminants, and of course, dust. Intuitive device menus, an industrial-grade keypad, and a display with an RGB backlight make it really easy to use as well. They even have a data platform which provides both live and historic data of all the dust levels your monitor has picked up since you started with it, and it's completely free to use. So with Trollex, you can identify the extent of a hazard, keep it under control quickly and cost-effectively, and most importantly, keep your
like that in the
safe.
wild.
You can click the link below or scan the QR code on screen to see how Trollex can help elevate your site safety today. So now we know what to do about dust particles. Let's get back to the world of particle physics.
Wait a second. They had oil in the AC vents or oil in the refrigerant? Oil in the refrigerant is normal. That's how you lubricate the compressors. But oil in the frickin' should be IP67, not 66. Freaking jeez. These people. So I don't know. I don't know if he's even got a grift. I mean, he might just be doing what he loves and making money at it. I don't know.
Brain hasn't melted.
I was just saying that it was odd that it's not like he's selling something that the average person would buy. He's talking about something that's needed for frickin' dust particle dust particle detection in enclosed spaces. Like, oh, maybe I should get one for my house. It's probably $20,000. Oil particles, yeah, okay, in the air. That makes sense too, right? To make sure that they don't have dust and stuff around to collect. I once took a big multiple pictures so people would believe me. Same with fish. Dude, I used to work for Ritz Camera. I worked for Moto Photo, and people did that all the time. You would usually see them when people did complete laps, when they have single turds that went all the way around the toilet bowl. Usually women.
Like one of those ions by now, then all this talk of protons and neutrons might sound a bit familiar. It's because regular viewers of the B1M are going to recall my trip to Sweden, where I went inside a neutron research facility under construction called the European Spallation Source. Imagining something as tiny as a neutron was difficult enough, but now we're talking about the bits and pieces that exist inside those. RHIC was the first to prove how this plasma that appeared after the Big Bang behaved more like a liquid than a gas, which is...
Yeah. I remember talking about people like that when I was stoned. Yeah, that was always the thing. What if we're just a freaking... All this is inside of a sperm, inside of a freaking testicle, inside of the freaking... And every time you kill... The Big Bang is when...
is what many scientists thought at the time. Then, when the much bigger Large Hadron Collider came along a few years later, it was able to build on these findings by carrying out higher energy experiments. So while CERN may have become one of the world's best known scientific organisations thanks to the LHC, it was Brookhaven where most of the early breakthroughs were made. But it didn't all begin with the RHIC. Just south of that giant ring is a smaller one, where the world's leading particle accelerator at the time was launched
on your
in
phone?
1960.
This huge and complex machine,
boobs wherever
1/2 mile in circumference, is how...
Yep, the good old days, right? You would go into the freaking mechanic shop and he'd have the freaking the bikini calendar or the boobs calendar and the butt cheeks calendar on the wall. Yep. Mechanics Workshop, newspapers, boobs. Yep, they were. It was a different world back then.
In an earth-covered tunnel, in order to shield people and sensitive equipment from the radiation present during operation.
Called the alternating gradient synchrotron, it was capable of shooting out protons at much higher energies than previously possible. In fact, AGS was so successful that 3 Nobel Prizes were awarded off the back of it, and it's still in use today. Those ions that were sent into the RHIC machine came from the synchrotron, and it also provides particle beams to NASA's Space Radiation Laboratory on the same site. As for RHIC itself, well,
The
construction
Space
for what
Radiation
became that
Laboratory.
took place in the 1970s,
good for mental
but it was
health.
actually meant for a completely different project.
Rich, what if the color blue is actually the color I know it's red, right? Yeah, we actually talked about that yesterday, Raid. Yes, right, yeah. So yesterday we talked about color blindness and if colorblind people see colors when they eat acid. And like they were saying that they do, but they don't know if it's the same blue exactly. And right. Just because if I showed you a color that to me looked like red, you see as orange or blue or purple, but when you first saw it as a child, you were told this is red. So you would say, okay, that wavelength of light is this color because that's what you were told. Make boobs great again. Mabga. Grabga. They went full circle with free the nurple to all men are pervs. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Interesting how they set everybody up to fail, like having slut walks and stuff like that. And then it's Rich. I was talking about the conversations people when they first started. Oh, smoking the merge you aren't.
That actually never completed. That was called Isabel, and a decent amount of progress had been made, including excavating a tunnel before the project ran into trouble. Problems with these superconducting magnets proved to be too great, and the whole scheme was cancelled just 5 years after it started. A year later, it was suggested that the tunnel and the parts already made that were usable could be used to create another accelerator. And that would turn out to be RHIC, which began its first experiments almost 2 decades after Isabel was scrapped. For more than 25 years, particles were being smashed together while most New Yorkers didn't even realise it was there. That was until early 2026 when scientists decided they'd done all they could with RHIC and it was permanently switched off.
I remember K Peanuts.
Today we're doing something...
Was it K Peanuts? The red bag? So, what up, Mr. Pollard? So big on it. New classification for a star this week called a black hole star. Look at actually 600 years after the Big Bang. Yeah. I also heard of a white hole. Purely theoretical.
Rare in science. We are closing one of the most successful research facilities ever built by the U.S. Department of Energy.
Basically, it had fulfilled its mission. It had created plasma, and researchers had spent years studying it. And yet, there were still questions that hadn't been addressed that only a new collider could answer. The main one being how the quarks and gluons, those ingredients that are found inside protons and neutrons, are actually structured, and what binds them together.
White, yes.
That's what RHIC's replacement, the electron-ion collider, is going to set out to achieve. Now, unsurprisingly,
KP nuts. KP nuts. Yeah, KP. High in fibre. Oh, yeah.
Surprisingly, based on its name, it's going to be colliding electrons with ions, the only accelerator in the world capable of doing so. Quarks and other particles are scattered off of the target nucleus and are then picked up by a new detector. That's where the results of those collisions are going to be, yes, you guessed it, detected. It allows teams to study the forces generated and uncover some of those secrets about quarks and gluons that continue to elude us, including one that follows on from the LHC's most famous discovery, the Higgs boson. That's the particle that gives all other fundamental particles like quarks their mass. But when they come together to form a proton, these quarks only account for a small percentage of the proton's overall mass.
Then you
As for the rest,
that is where the electron-ion collider comes into picture. LHC determines an explained 2% or 5% of the mass of the universe. That gluon interaction is critical, and unless we understand that, we won't understand the remaining 95% of the mass.
It's a tricky task, which is why it goes without saying that building particle accelerators is not an easy thing to do. But much like its predecessor, EIC already has a head start. Brookhaven plans to use much of the existing infrastructure, including RHIC's giant tunnel, although they are going to need to make some big changes on the inside. Because it'll still be using ions, one of the two rings is staying where it is, while the second is being replaced with a ring that fires electrons. It'll work in a similar way to its predecessor, with ions shooting off one way and electrons going in the other direction before they collide at a specific point, which will be right here. At the EPIC detector. No, that's not just me calling it an epic detector. It's really what the BNL have named it. Just this one part of the machine is going to be bigger than an American school bus. Inside will be the 10-meter-long barrel detector, as well as additional instruments that will extend 45 meters in each direction down the beamline. I just want to stop there for a moment to appreciate something that I think you guys might have just noticed. That is a physical model of the detector that's clearly had a lot of effort put into it. There are even little figures of scientists standing around chatting about clever stuff. This guy looks like he's pondering something very important.
Sure
10 out of 10 guys.
What up,
I
Black
absolutely
Hawk,
love this.
brother?
No notes. Other additions include the electron accelerator, complete with a new source for generating those particles built off to one site. Then you've got the buildings that are going to be needed to supply and amplify power, plus they might choose to add a second detector later on. It's just a possibility at the moment. While the RHIC had been offline for just a matter of weeks when we spoke to Abe, his team had wasted no time in getting started with the disassembly.
One of the rings of the rig has already been disconnected. There is no power on it, and we are systematically taking each magnet out and placing it in the storage area. So some magnets are moving from one part of the rig to another part of the rig to be useful in the future operations of the electron-ion collider. So that's the biggest activity.
Yeah. The thing is, for creative endeavors and whatnot, stick with being a human. But for business and stuff like that, do what makes you money the fastest. The Anunnaki already built the sweetest massage, the best I wanted my brother-in-law's bachelor party. I don't treat myself enough, but it's scary how much it's progressing. I heard one became alive or sentient. Nah, that's just bullshit. That's just bullshit. They just keep saying that and put that out into the zeitgeist. It hasn't become alive or sentient. They're gonna say that and hope that people invest in it because it's the baddest technology, and yeah, it's marketing
going on right now.
More than 1,000 magnets used on the RHIC are going to be retained in total, along with the same ion source, meaning that the AGS won't be going into retirement itself for a little while yet. Support buildings, roads, electrical and refrigeration facilities, they're all being carried over to the EIC as well. In total, the EIC complex is going to comprise 34 buildings, covering over 34,000 square kilometres. And for those of you desperate to find out what that is in American football fields, the answer is this: approximately 6.5 of them. Add in 42 substations to that, along with 15 cooling towers, 28 chiller units, 5 miles of tunnel piping, and you've got a pretty comprehensive system to try and figure out. The new collider is expected to cost almost $3 billion, and that's on top of the $2 billion that was already invested in RHIC's infrastructure. It's not going to be a quick job either.
I'm going to say it, but we can't build a freaking train in California, right? I'm not scared like the stockpile. I'm not scared. It's not like I'm stockpiling nuclear bomb. Right. Sam Altman has claimed AI is a quarter, maybe just 6 weeks for artificial intelligence, probably 7 times. Right, yeah, it's just the marketing. You better get in. We're almost there. If you want, we're going to be the $700 trillion company. You better get in now. Invest now. Invest now. We're just a few weeks away. Invest now. Invest now. Invest now. It's just a few weeks away. Absolutely. There's a little con artist too. Grab it. Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, absolutely.
The timeline doesn't have the machine operating until the mid-2030s. You see, while there's a lot less to do than if they were starting completely from scratch, this is still going to be one of the most complicated projects on the planet. We're talking about components that are incredibly specialised, because nothing like this exists anywhere else, and it's not really the kind of thing you want to rush. Fortunately, BNL isn't working entirely on its own here.
Currently, we have institutions from around the world forming about 1,600 to 1,800 people who are interested in coming and working with us. Yeah, and this is going to grow before we start operating. We're going to go at least, I'm guessing, 1.5 or 2 times larger by the time we start running the collider. But roughly, it is 50% US and 50% rest of the world. So it is truly an international endeavor.
Several of the partner firms are supplying it with high-tech components too. For example, these huge magnets that were once part of the Advanced Photon Source at Argonne National Laboratory in Illinois are being repurposed for the new collider. It'll represent the next leap forward in particle physics, and even when more advanced accelerators are being built in the future, they'll likely be influenced in some way by the EIC. And this doesn't just all mean bigger, fancier toys for the scientists to play with. The upgrades being made here could lead to improved particle beams that are used to fight cancer, or to enhance the accelerators that are used to design computer chips, or to advance new forms of clean energy. If you're thinking that
they don't care about clean energy, they don't care about cancer, they want to get more freaking power into a freaking chip. That's what they want.
Spending time exploring the origins of our universe isn't really a top priority given every other challenge we've got coming at us in 2026, then bear in mind that this...
Listen, I think people do underestimate what's going to happen with slave labor around the world. When actual, not freaking human looking robots, but when actual robotics is built for sewing and stitching and factory work like that, it's on its way. And there's a bunch of people in India and Bangladesh, they're wearing head mounted cameras while they actually do meticulous hand work. That's all feeding back into an AI training. So all of that will be able to be, a lot of that will be able to be replaced. So then the companies and the governments that get that money will be able to care for the people in their country, or they'll let them all die. One of the two. I got some bad news. My pupper Samson had to be put down. Man, R.I.P., brother. Sorry to hear that, brother. Wasn't that just, was it, what were you talking about it yesterday, or was it earlier today? Wasn't it earlier today? Was it today or yesterday? Was it that you were saying, we were talking about your dog getting old and how he was slowing down and staying on the ground? Was that today or yesterday? Was that you? That's crazy. If it's I learned the best mentors, I learned from the best mentors not to pay them ever. I got hypnotized by beautiful boobies that abandoned by reasonable officers. Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, absolutely not. You can't do that. That's a huge thing. Don't even worry. Listen, and I think a lot of kids are going to learn now. Do not even date. Don't worry about banging chicks. Don't even date. Don't date somebody you're not willing to marry. And I tell you what, it's coming full circle because we went full prostitution way too far. Banana, ginger milk, cinnamon smoothie, tasty AF. I sound good as a mom, brother. Yeah. The big AI companies turning their data centers couldn't care less about the water power. Yes, they don't care about that. They're both social constructs. I'm not saying I use AI to help me with stuff, but I do at least try to be nice to it. Yeah, the owners, man. Therefore, if money rules your life, AI will rule your life soon. Well, the thing is, they'll always, listen, there's going to be two economies. There's going to be two societies. And like, if AI doesn't already play a role in your life, it's probably not. Like, you can still, work, you can still eat, you can still make money, you can still invest. Even if you use AI to get the money, you got to not spend it on bullshit, not drugs, not women, not alcohol. You got it, not flashy cars, not anything, until you have money that makes you money. So that's the trick. Don't spend it on college if you don't have to. If you have the money to go to college, but don't go into debt for something stupid. And then take that money and invest it so that your money is making you money. Then when that money makes you enough money to buy a flashy car, get a flashy car, or if you want it. Then worry about getting the family. Then worry about finding the girls. But you ain't got to worry about any of that until all that's secured, because you're competing with everybody else, and don't do what everybody else does. I didn't own Samson. Oh. Oh man, but my money buys constructed by construction workers and money. But I sure love having it, right? College is so much of my Yes. Listen, and Blackhawk, brother, listen. You have to understand that if you want to know something, school isn't the only way to know it. If you just want to learn something, learn it. You don't need school to do that. I promise you. If you want to go into a particular profession that requires school, get your schooling. But if you don't, if there's other stuff you want to do, you'll be much better served to take that money that could go into college and invest it and work for that first. Don't do the rat race. You're going to trade your time for money when you're a youth. If you can get that money into investments as soon as you can, or like S&P 500 type stuff, precious metals, whatever, talk with your parents, talk with a financial advisor when you get to that point. You want to have a load of money somewhere that's making money, that's making interest, and then you can take payouts from that, and that makes life easier, because it's like having multiple people working toward the same goal. Yeah, you wanted to do law enforcement, right? So you can you don't need to go to school to get into law enforcement. You don't need to go to college to get into law enforcement. You can go to, they'll train you. You can go to the police academy that's specialized. They'll train you, and then if you want to get into higher levels, like to be the chief, then they might want you to have something. But nowadays they're hiring people just because of not because of what they did in school or anything. They don't. So if you just do a good enough job, you'll absolutely get. Just make sure you don't treat people bad, in life. You treat people how you want to be treated, and you be always look 5 years ahead. Always be looking 5 years ahead. Expensive to those who can't afford it, free to those who can. College institutions used to be like gatekeepers of knowledge of the printing press, posted the mass, the same pattern with preschool the other round. Right. And that's not the truth anymore. Right? It used to be that's where you went to get to their libraries. And then the people that knew where things were in the library so you could get information more efficiently. But now it's not the truth. They're just running you. You're going into an expensive ass building to get onto the internet. It's not the same. I just want to be a detective or a patrol officer. Yeah. Just set yourself up to go to the police academy. And you could probably find a junior's academy when you're like 17 or 18. Yeah, if you want to get started as soon as you can. And you don't want to be somebody if that's what you want to do and you continue wanting to do that until you get older. Stick with it. Stick with what you want to do and figure out the least expensive way possible to get what you want. Yeah, find out. But like, you won't even pay to go to the police academy. They'll pay you to go to the police academy. So yeah, that's a great way. Great way forward.
Stuff really could fundamentally change our world, and it's hard not to get inspired by that. Thanks again to Trollex for sponsoring today's video.
I can't see how it could change our world if they need these big ass machines in order to strip the gluons and whatnot off of the atoms. Then where would you use them in industry? You would still need something almost that size just to create the gluon to do something with. Maybe I'm missing something, but that seems a little wackadoo. Start squirreling money away as soon as possible. Invest that shit can't fail. Lowest risk possible. But that's the thing. The higher the risk, the higher the reward typically. But the 15% of riskier investments. There you go. With high potential return. Don't invest in a woman relationship financially. Right. Not until once you get into a life that's heading towards what you want to do when you're retired, like you get into that path where you're on that path to where you want to retire. Then you start to find a woman that's also willing to work with you in that path, and that you can do something for her and she can do something for you. That's where they're great. If you just find people because she got a nice butt, then you won't have nothing in common, and it's not worth it. It just costs you a lot of money. Slow you down. I don't know how young you are, man, but don't do drugs. Do not do drugs. I don't care what the freaking weed commercials say. I don't care what the cartel says. No, don't do that shit. Also, I don't want to be an asshole officer. I want to be a good officer that no one thinks is invincible for the badge. Good. You've already got a great mindset for it. I wanted to be one of the chemists, but I saw how much money college is, Yep. I'm back. My girl said nothing weather-wise. Well, that's good. Thanks for the update, brother Papa Bear. 14, about to be 15. Never pay. Oh, yeah. It's not like weed or something, but it's too hard drugs. But still, the thing is, it's not even worth. It's not worth. If you start to feel bad, get depressed or anxious or anything, talk to your parents. Make sure you're getting the vitamins and minerals that you need. And if something gets out of hand, go see a doctor and whatnot. But those are some of the biggest things. Like a lot of the reasons people go to weed and alcohol. Don't invest in relationships until you're not fully retarded, right? I didn't know how potato skins are high in potassium. Yeah. Potato skins are great. And a lot of times, that's why it's baked potato and not mashed potato. But a lot of people don't eat the skin in the potato anyway, right? The skin's where the potassium is. Back in 1999, minimum wage, just 21 in 20 people's wage was enhanced. Now 1 in 5 people get no more than 5% get minimum wage with an increased outplace. Every type of potato is high in potassium. Yeah, every type of potato, right? But the skin of the potato is where more of the nutrients are. All right, let's see. Wow, that wasn't me. Okay. Constitution. Volcano. Oh, man, now Italy's got a freaking volcano. Dude, man. And you've seen its charts, people purchasing power by the GDP and inflation now, so it's really messed up. Yeah. Yeah, listen. So, but the trick is to not have the debt. Like a lot of people make a good money, even $50,000 to $60,000 a year is really good money in average. The thing is to don't let the debt beat out what you make. You've got to make sure you have investments first. Did you know volcano went off one time, shock went around the world 7 times? Yeah, Krakatoa, Blackhawk. That's a 3-line graph. It says dollars over time. The lines are all 3 figures. No, I meant an active volcano. We were watching a volcano from somewhere yesterday and one day before. It was 3 different places. I thought it was something that just got off. Yeah, back then. Yeah. Long before Jesus, he said. Look at that. It's all about your financial literacy. Right, and they do not teach that anymore in school. They don't teach that at all. Kids don't know what debt is. And I don't think they want them to. I think the school system really wants kids to just spend money indiscriminately when they go into college. They want them to just go nuts. Colombia had earthquakes. Yeah. We watched that video too. Yeah, like right after it happened. Really bad. Yeah, that's gotta be hot. Also, they don't teach cursive, which is BS. Yeah, that is crazy stuff. That's crazy stuff. Do they even teach you how to sign your signature these days? Remember they taught us in school how to write checks? Yes, right. They don't do that at all anymore. They don't do that at all. They don't do like home economics. They don't do economics. I mean, like, yeah, you have to wait to go to school to college to do that. I have no idea they didn't teach the rule of 70. I have no idea why they don't teach the rule of 70 in schools. Why they don't? I have no idea why did they have second grade just said full cursive letters and just gave it to you. Wow. All right, it's midnight. Okay, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. All right, ladies and germs, hit the like button if you forgot. I'm gonna go to bed here. I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I appreciate y'all coming through. Subscribe, tell your friends, hit the like button. Love y'all.